Chapter 10:10. Chu Yang was really helpless now. I really don't know how to be a hooligan. I'm definitely not bragging about this. Usually, it's the women who are hooligan to me, and I'm always cold towards them. He was truly full of righteousness, and his sleeves were clean like the wind. When we were in the lower three heavens, you and I went to many banquets and occasions, and we've met before. When have I ever been a hooligan to anyone? Why are you turning your back on me now? Wu Qianqian snorted and asked in a low voice. What did you do? How did you make this sister so angry? Isn't it because of you? Chu Yang wanted to say, isn't it because of your master? But when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he suddenly stopped and became speechless. How could he say this out loud? Should he say, because of your master's infertility? If he really said this, what would Wu Qianqian think? He could only shut his mouth awkwardly. However, this sentence had a different meaning in Wu Qianqian's ears. Isn't it because of you? Because of me? Why is it because of me? Could it be? Wu Qianqian instantly became extremely shy. She rolled her eyes at him and scolded in a low voice, Hooligan. Chu Yang was speechless. Looks like I can't take off this hooligan hat today. While they were talking, the two had already reached the door. Zixieqing naturally had already sensed that there were guests. She lifted the door curtain and came out. When she lifted the door curtain, one inside the door and the other outside the door, the two of them were stunned. Both Wu Qianqian and Zixieqing did not expect that the person standing in front of them would be such a beauty. Zixieqing was dressed in white today, like snow and frost. Standing in the door, she was like 1,000 years of ice and snow, lonely and cold. Wu Qianqian was still dressed in black, but she looked simple and elegant, with an inexplicable faint temperament, like a deep valley orchid blooming alone, fragrant alone. 1,000 years of ice and snow, even after 1,000 years, even after going through the vicissitudes of life, was still lonely and cold. A deep valley orchid, no matter if there was someone or not, was still blooming alone and fragrant alone. Facing each other, the two of them had the same thought. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Chu Yang, who was at the side, was also stunned. When the two peerless beauties stood together like this, the visual impact on men was absolutely unparalleled. Actually, there were still some differences between the two. Zixieqing's face was flawless, exquisite and graceful, unattainable, but with a kind of illusory indifference. There was only one word to describe Zixieqing: perfect. It was perfect. The most beautiful eyes, the most beautiful eyebrows, the most beautiful face shape, the most beautiful lips, the most beautiful ears, the most beautiful skin, the most beautiful hair, all gathered on one person. It was no exaggeration to say that this kind of beauty did not belong to the human world. Compared to Zixieqing, Wu Qianqian's looks were not as perfect. However, Wu Qianqian's beauty was real. Moreover, there was a kind of extreme toughness hidden within an extreme softness. She was extremely cold, yet she could make people feel warm. It made people feel that this woman needed protection the moment they saw her, but when they took a closer look, they realized that she didn't need it. It was a beauty of extreme contradiction. On Wu Qianqian's body, it was completely unified. If she were to be described as a flower, Zixieqing would be like a snow lotus in the ice and snow at the end of the vast ocean, proud and arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Qianqian would be like a pure white orchid on the cliff of a quiet valley, leaving the world alone with its fragrance, pure and beautiful. This is. Zixieqing looked at Wu Qianqian silently for a while and asked Chu Yang. Well, let me introduce you. This is Miss Z. She is slightly older than us. You can call her Big Sister Z. Chu Yang introduced attentively. This is my senior sister, Wu Qianqian. I've mentioned her to you before. Zixieqing replied with an "oh" and smiled, like 100 flowers blooming together. Miss Wu is really a rare guest. Please come in. She turned and asked Chu Yang, what do you mean? Do you mean I'm very old? Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He finally remembered something. Women, especially for beautiful women, age was their biggest taboo. If one said that she was old, she would automatically think of the word old. If one said that she was young, she would automatically think of the word not mature enough, not charming enough. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Being a man is not easy. I really don't know how those men with multiple wives and concubines live, big sister Z. Wu Qianqian smiled slightly, with a hint of flattery and humility, but also appropriately showed a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. She smiled gently and said, "Let's not lower ourselves to his level." Well, the word weep immediately pulled the relationship between the two of them closer and excluded Chu Yang from the equation. Zi Sheqing blinked and smiled. "Sister, you're right. Come, please come in. I'll make you some tea." She held Wu Qianqian's arm and walked intimately into the room. Chu Yang was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that women were more straightforward than men in making friends. It was only the first time they met, and they were already so intimate? Wu Qianqian said, "How would I dare to trouble big sister Z? Just tell me where to put it. I'll do it myself." She looked at Zi Sheqing and actually couldn't see through her cultivation. She couldn't help but be shocked. "Looks like this sister is an expert." Zi Sheqing said, "Sister, you're really talented. You're already a third-grade martial saint. It's really incredible to have such cultivation at such a young age." Wu Qianqian smiled and said, "Big sister, you're even more brilliant. I can't even see through you." The two of them talked intimately across the table, but in the end, it was totally irrelevant. Shrouded by clouds and mist, one smiled gently while the other smiled amiably. But both of them knew that this wasn't the case. Chu Yang looked at them with a headache. Wu Qianqian thought, no wonder Chu Yang is so devoted to her and can't forget her. She's indeed a peerless beauty. In comparison, I'm really a little inferior. I wonder how she's looking at me now? Zi Sheqing thought, this little Anai seems to be infatuated with Chu Yang. One look and I can tell that she's infatuated with him. Looking at this etiquette, it seems like she's treating me as Chu Yang's legal wife. Is she here as a concubine to show weakness? Humph. Little Anai, you're mistaken. I won't expose you. Let's see what little Anai has to say first. Miss Wu, there must be something important for you to come here. Shall I leave for a while? Zi Sheqing smiled reservedly. No need, no need. Sister, you've misunderstood. Wu Qianqian hurriedly said, it's just that there's something that I can't make up my mind on. Sister, you're very meticulous. You can help me come up with ideas here. Think of something. Zi Sheqing said, oh? Chu Yang also perked up. It's like this. Wu Qianqian perked up and looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. She said, my two teachers were originally law enforcement officers. But now that the time of 10,000 years is up, the Tribulation Sword Master is about to appear. So, my two teachers and the Dharma Supreme had a conflict. Both of them had different paths and went their separate ways. Now, they're already sworn enemies. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing couldn't help but perk up their ears. They knew that what Wu Qianqian said today might be the secrets that the two of them didn't know and hadn't come into contact with. Why? Chu Yang asked, even though our paths are different, how can our 10,000 years of friendship be erased just like that? Wu Qianqian explained, it's like this. The law enforcement officers are an organization passed down by the people who founded the heavens. The mission of the law enforcement officers is to ensure the peace and stability of the heavens, to punish evil and promote good, and to protect the world. Moreover, there's an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, the law enforcement officers can only stand on one side. But if the Tribulation Sword Master is at a disadvantage in a battle with a big clan, the law enforcement officers must help the Tribulation Sword Master. On the other hand, if the Tribulation Sword Master is at an advantage, the law enforcement officers can just sit back and watch the big clan perish. For 10,000 years, when the first 8 Tribulation Sword Masters appeared, the law enforcement officers strictly followed this rule. They would always help the Tribulation Sword Master when he was in a difficult situation. Wu Qianqian's gaze was a little complicated. I see. Chu Yang suddenly understood. It's said that the current Dharma Supreme is the law enforcement master of the law enforcement officers from 13,000 years ago. Wu Qianqian said, when the previous Dharma Supreme reached the end of his life, he passed the position of Dharma Supreme to this Dharma Supreme and left the world at ease. Wu Qianqian emphasized the words left the world at ease, as if she was hinting at something. Or rather, she herself was also suspecting something. Left the world at ease. left the world at ease. Chu Yang slowly chewed on the words left the world at ease. The more he thought about it, he raised his eyebrows and said, so, at least when this Dharma Supreme first took over the position of Dharma Supreme, he was resolutely supporting the Tribulation Sword Master. It was only later on that there were other changes? Wu Qianqian nodded and said, after the Dharma Supreme took over, he was more capable and more prestigious than the previous Dharma Supremes. Therefore, my teacher was also willing to support him. But just some time ago, when the news of the Tribulation Sword Master's birth came out, the Dharma Supreme made the decision to go against the Tribulation Sword Master. My teacher couldn't stand such capriciousness. Moreover, their lifelong belief was to continue the responsibility of the law enforcement officers. My teacher felt that the Dharma Supreme's actions had gone against the original intention of the law enforcement officers. He was resolutely against it. If this continued, the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation would have no chance at all. Therefore, my teacher decisively left the law enforcement officers and chose another path. And this path was to become the enemy of the Dharma Supreme. Because if the Tribulation Sword Master were to die, then the entire heavenly continent would collapse again. This is very possible, Wu Qianqian said. So there's such a reason. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Zi Xueqing's heart skipped a beat. She asked, your teachers are the Moon Breeze Supreme martial artists? Wu Qianqian nodded and said, yes. Zi Xueqing's eyes narrowed. She said, but you obviously didn't cultivate the Moon Breeze as one technique? Wu Qianqian looked at her with admiration and said, sister's eyes are really sharp. You can even see this. She paused and said with a red face, but although the Moon Breeze as one technique is powerful, it requires two people to cultivate it together. And Zi Xueqing said, isn't that simple? You can just cultivate it with Chu Yang. Moreover, if you cultivate it with Chu Yang, there will be endless benefits. Many problems can be easily solved. Wu Qianqian instantly blushed. Chapter 10:11. Endless benefits? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. That's right. Zi Xueqing became serious and said, Moon Breeze is one. Among all the dual cultivation techniques that I have seen, it is undoubtedly the best. Wu Qianqian didn't think much of this, but Chu Yang was deeply moved. All the techniques that Zi Xueqing had seen? How many were there? But Moon Breeze as one was ranked first? The Moon Breeze as one heart technique clearly has room for further development. Zi Xueqing said, it doesn't seem very powerful now, but for all the dual cultivation techniques in the past, because of the fact that one of the couple uses the yin to supplement the yang or the yang to supplement the yin, one of the couple will definitely be in a weaker position and can't progress together. But the Moon Breeze couple is completely balanced. The most important point is, when this technique is cultivated, one can easily come into contact with the void of the great Tao. Zi Xueqing said, this is the most precious part. She looked up at Chu Yang and said, your Tao state is different from theirs. Yours is heaven and earth, but theirs is yin and yang. Do you understand if I put it this way? I understand. Chu Yang nodded. And, if the two of you cultivate together, due to your special characteristics and techniques, you don't have to worry about having children. Zi Xueqing said, in this way, to solve that problem, it can also promote. Zi Xueqing's words were vague, but Chu Yang understood. He frowned and pondered silently. Wu Qianqian listened at the side, but she didn't quite understand. In this way, in the final stage, Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue will be a very easy couple. Zi Xueqing said, when the sky collapses and the void shatters, because others bear the heavenly power alone, but they share the burden with two people, and because of their techniques, the two of them become one. Won't it be easy to not cause the heavenly power to double? Chu Yang said, I see. So, they will be like Qin Feng and Lu Yun. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will become another pair of a mortal couple. Zi Xueqing said lightly. Chu Yang jumped up from the chair as if he was hit on the head. He said, Qin Feng and Lu Yun are a couple? A man and a woman? Not two men? Zi Xueqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. What you said is really ridiculous. Can two men become husband and wife? Chu Yang sat down in a daze. The eternal legend of the Chongtian continent, Chen Feng and Lu Yun. They were actually a couple? Why didn't anyone know about this? Everyone knew that Chen Feng and Lu Yun were rivals, but who knew that they were husband and wife? Beside him was Wu Qianqian. His face was also filled with shock. It was because of the explosive news and Zi Xieching's profound knowledge. Now, she finally realized that Zi Xieching was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Wu Qianqian had a vague feeling that when Sister Zi mentioned her master, she seemed to be talking about a junior. Furthermore, even Chen Feng and Lu Yun did not seem to be in her eyes. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt even more horrified. Could it be that she wasn't Chu Yang's sweetheart? Wu Qianqian lowered her head. No matter how thick-skinned Wu Qianqian was, she couldn't take it anymore. Think about it carefully. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. Sister Wu, please continue, Zi Xieching said. Wu Qianqian blushed and calmed the waves in her heart. She said, just this morning, the Dharma Supreme is about to reach Tianji City. My two masters don't want to be enemies with others secretly. They have already rushed over to welcome the Dharma Supreme and at the same time, to issue a letter of challenge. Issue a letter of challenge? Chu Yang asked speechlessly. Yes. Wu Qianqian frowned and said, they said that they want an open and above-board battle. An open and above-board battle? Chu Yang was even more speechless. He couldn't help but say, these two masters of yours are really a little too extreme. For such a matter, who would want to have an open and above-board battle with them? There are only two of them. The other party is the law enforcement officer of the entire Chongtian, with all the resources of a big clan that has ruled the Chongtian for tens of thousands of years. How can they have an open and above-board battle? This is what I'm worried about. Wu Qianqian sighed. If it's a truly fair battle, there won't be any tricks. We won't have to worry about anything. Life and death, victory and defeat. All the more we won't complain. But the problem is that the other party will definitely not be willing to have an open and above-board battle with them. Chu Yang frowned and said, that's right. But Master Yu thinks that there is no common ground for such a matter. Besides, both parties have known each other for tens of thousands of years. It's not right to fight without a declaration. Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. My Master Yu is a very upright person. Chu Yang smiled and said, I can see that. People like you Ling Xue should be the kind of people who pursue perfection in their moral integrity and conduct. They would do what they say and be above board. No matter what they do, they would have a clear conscience. Such a person's character was a natural-born hero. He would rather break than bend and die than submit. No matter what, he would never give up on his beliefs and principles. Such a person was admirable, but also pedantic. Pedantic and hateful, but also pedantic and adorable. I'm worried that the two of them will be schemed against by the Dharma Supreme and the others in the future battle. Wu Qianqian frowned and said worriedly, that's why I'm here to discuss with you in advance. Don't worry, don't doubt, they will definitely be schemed against. Chu Yang said with certainty, I'm afraid that even now, the other party is already scheming against them. He laughed bitterly. Faced with such a firm and principled enemy, if they didn't scheme against them, they would be fools. Yes. On this point, Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang absolutely had the same view. But what should they do about such a matter? Remind them? They were afraid that it would be useless. These two people had lived like this for tens of thousands of years. How could it be easy for them to change? I've already reminded them. Moreover, I've also analyzed the worst-case scenario for them. But the two masters are very stubborn. Wu Qianqian saw that Chu Yang was looking at her. She knew what he wanted to ask. So, she spoke bluntly. It's a very simple matter. But to do it and change their views is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Chu Yang frowned and said, if they don't suffer a little, I'm afraid they won't change. That's right. In the current situation, we definitely can't let them suffer. Because, once they suffer, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. Wu Qianqian frowned and sighed. As long as the Dharma Supreme makes a move, then we have absolute confidence in killing them. That's why we let them suffer first before we try to persuade them. It won't work. Chu Yang frowned, stood up and paced slowly. This is really the sorrow of good people. Chu Yang sighed. Good people were all like this. They would rather be betrayed than be betrayed. They would always have to suffer a loss before they would realize that not all sincere efforts will be exchanged for sincere returns. At that time, they would slowly become more scheming. But at that time, wasn't that the sorrow of life? What you mean is, if there's really a trap, then let them fall into a dangerous situation first and let them understand how despicable the other party is and how foolish and pedantic they are. In future operations, we will abandon such foolish methods? Zi Xueqing frowned and asked. Yes. Chu Yang looked deeply at Zi Xueqing. This matter needs to be considered at length. Zi Xueqing nodded her head in understanding. Chu Yang faintly felt that Wu Qianqian seemed to have a faint suspicion of his identity, but it was still far from being certain. Although Chu Yang still didn't know why Wu Qianqian had such suspicions, he would definitely not reveal his identity now. This was also a form of protection for Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang, what do you think we should do? Wu Qianqian asked helplessly. Teacher is very good to me. I don't want anything to happen to them. This matter can't be rushed now, right? Chu Yang said. It's already very close. Wu Qianqian said, the medicine banquet selection will be held 3 days later. The selection will probably take 10 days. After 10 days, there will be half a month of rest. After that, it will be the semifinals. The semifinals will take 10 days. After that, there will be another rest to ensure that all the pharmacists who pass the semifinals will enter the finals in a perfect state of mind. During this process, in the end, the people of the Medicine Valley and the great supreme martial artists will use their mental strength to create a kind of aura. In this aura, the pharmacist will walk step by step. The final winner will gather the fate energy of all the top pharmacists in the entire heavenly realm. Wu Qianqian said, under such circumstances, the champion pharmacist will personally refine the heaven-nourishing jade. And this process will mainly use mental strength and fate energy to refine the medicine. In the refining area, under the joint efforts of dozens of supreme martial artists, they will break open the great Tao void and direct the power of the heavenly way to infuse it with fate energy. Only then will the heaven-nourishing jade be formed. Then, it will be the heaven-nourishing jade. During this process, my 2 masters will definitely make a move to destroy it. And I'm afraid it will be the most crucial time for the heaven-nourishing jade. Wu Qianqian said, at the very most, there will be less than 3 months until the heaven-nourishing jade. I see. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Until now, he had truly understood the so-called medicine banquet's procedures. But what he didn't expect was that he actually understood it from Wu Qianqian. Using mental strength to create an aura, gathering all the fate energy into the champion, and refining the heaven-nourishing jade, actually used fate energy to refine medicine. But he didn't know how to refine medicine with fate energy. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was still in seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. This couldn't give him an answer. And direct the power of the heavenly way to infuse it. Make the heaven-nourishing jade. It was so complicated. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little greedy for this direct power of the heavenly way to infuse it. The benefits of this should be quite great, right? To be continued. Chapter 10:12. Such an event. If a supreme martial artist is free, he can hold it any time. Why must it be held once every 1,000 years? Zi Xueqing asked. It must be because the amount of fate energy needed to refine the heaven-nourishing jade can only be accumulated in at least 1,000 years, Chu Yang answered softly. When Zi Xueqing asked this question, she asked it deliberately. And when Chu Yang answered, it was also a deliberate answer. But this question and answer resolved the doubts in both of their hearts, turning it into affirmation. Both of them nodded at the same time. Wu Qianqian was very worried. She also knew that the best way was to let the Moon Breeze couple see the Dharma Supreme's despicableness first, and then wake up from their stupor. But once that happened, the Moon Breeze couple would first be in danger. They would have to face the siege of at least 40 supreme martial artists. And there was also the Dharma Supreme, an unfathomable master who stood at the peak. And on her side, there was no such person who could turn the tide at the critical moment. In Wu Qianqian's mind, there were only 2 such candidates, Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing. and only these two people could save the Moonbreeze couple at that time. But they would have to pay a certain price. Let me think about it carefully. There may be other ways to solve this matter, Chu Yang consoled. He had already decided to do it. Not only did he have to do it, but he had to do it beautifully. On the side of Chu Yang, the Calamity Sword Master, there was a serious lack of masters. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be taking advantage of the big clans at every step he took. He was advancing step by step and was toying with the big clans in the palm of his hand. However, this was built on the basis that his identity hadn't been exposed. The real comparison of strength was really pitiful. Chu Yang couldn't use the power of the Chu clan for his own use now. Otherwise, it would be gone in a flash. At the very most, the only ones who could be considered as masters around him were Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, Cheng Duiying, and Bao Buhuan. And these four people were only considered as masters in comparison. And they weren't in place yet. Besides, there was only Nangong Shifeng in the intelligence agency who was famous for his foul mouth. Zi Sheqing's Tao state power would be full at any time. Then she would leave. Moreover, Chu Yang was unwilling to accept Zi Sheqing's suggestion to wipe out the big clans. In this way, the ones with the highest battle power on Chu Yang's side were Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, who still didn't know that he was the Tribulation Sword Master. If Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro were to be sacrificed under such circumstances, the loss would be so great that Chu Yang simply couldn't bear it. Therefore, Chu Yang had to protect these two people no matter what. That's good. Wu Qianqian said confidently, I'll leave this matter to you. Wu Qianqian had a natural trust in Chu Yang. It seemed that as long as Chu Yang said, I'll do it, Wu Qianqian would be completely at ease. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that could stump Chu Yang. After that, Wu Qianqian and Zi Sheqing had a long and affectionate conversation before they left reluctantly. Chu Le had been in a deep sleep for the past few days. Ever since Zi Sheqing changed her body constitution, the little girl had basically been in a daze for the past few days. She was just like the saying, sleep after eating, eat after waking up, eat after waking up, and nothing else happened. But this was a normal phenomenon, and it was because Chu Le's body was too weak. So Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing weren't too worried. She would be fine after she got used to it after sleeping for a while. The next 2 days were calm and tranquil. Nangong Shifeng, who used to report every 3 days, didn't come, because there were obviously fewer people coming these few days. Those who were supposed to come had all arrived. The information of all the people that Nangong Shifeng gathered had already piled up 3 feet in front of Chu Yang. It was very detailed. Sometimes, Chu Yang even suspected, what method did Nangong Shifeng use to get all this information? One must know that some of the information could even be said to be top secret. Chu Yang only found out about this question when he asked Nangong Shifeng once. It turned out that this guy was only in charge of finding out the names of people and then bringing the names to a secret place in Tianji City called Omniscient News Pavilion. He only needed to fork out purple crystals to get the information of these people, and everything would be in his hands. No one knew who opened this Omniscient News Pavilion. It was extremely mysterious, only selling information, and the price wasn't low. It had a good reputation, as if there wasn't any information in this world that he didn't know. Chu Yang was surprised, and also a little amused that there was such a thing. So, Chu Yang gave Nangong Shifeng another sum of purple crystals to buy information. He couldn't possibly let Nangong Shifeng pay for it with his own money. In the past few days, Lan Changa secretly found Chu Yang, gave him a packet of medicine, and asked him to find an opportunity to put it in Wu Qianqian's medicine. This gave Chu Yang a clear feeling that Lan Changa was going to take action. Other than that, there was no movement from the Zhuge clan, Yi clan, and the other big clans. Since the arrival of the Dharma Supreme, the whole Tianji city became clear. Walking around the whole city, there weren't many people scolding people, not to mention fighting. Everyone from the Zhuge family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw how quiet the situation was. But at the same time, they knew that none of the big clans were easy to deal with. The silence during this period of time definitely didn't mean that they had given up. So, the security in the dark became even tighter. This evening, from the city gate of Tianji City, a person walked in. This person was dressed in a long green robe, and his face was gentle. Even though he was walking normally, he revealed an indescribable free and easy feeling. Regardless of whether it was his face, temperament, or even his figure, he gave people a feeling of being at ease, as if nothing would bother him. This kind of free and easy feeling even included life and death, absolutely detached from worldly affairs. Meng Chaoran finally arrived at Tianji City at a moderate pace. When the sky had just darkened, 3 figures flew over from afar. This time, I have really used too much time for my closed-door training. I wonder if fourth brother is anxious from waiting. I really didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would be so difficult, even though our cultivation had already reached it first and had already surpassed it, said the person in front. Yes, even now, we only know half of it. Looks like we can only fully master it through the baptism of battle. Fourth brother is in this city. I believe he must be anxiously waiting for us, said another person. Cough, cough. Big senior brother and second senior brother are right, said another person in agreement. The 3 of them swept across the land like shooting stars, entered the city gate, and disappeared into the crowd. After a while, when the moon rose diagonally in the sky, another person rushed over from afar. This person was skinny and his face was haggard, just like a walking corpse. His face was covered with horrifying scars. He had a sheathed sword, so ordinary that it seemed like it would disappear in the wind at any time. It was unremarkable, but he didn't carry it on his back, nor did it hang at his waist. Instead, he just carried it with his right hand, from his skeleton. One could tell that this person was originally very burly. One really didn't know what could cause a person to become so skinny in such a short period of time. He still came. This person looked at the Tianji city gate numbly and sighed. I have never owed anyone anything in my life. Little brother has done me a great favor. Now that he is going to stand out in the medicine banquet, how can I not help him? After little brother is done here, I will go to the ends of the earth to hunt down that evil thief, to avenge my wife and child, to avenge myself. On this person's horrifying face, a pair of eyes flashed with extreme hatred as he gritted his teeth. Under his agitation, his scarred face became even more twisted and horrifying. His eyes flashed and he took a few deep breaths. Then, he silently entered Tianji City step by step. The moon was high in the sky. Heaven and earth were already in silence. From afar, another 3 figures flew over. Among the 3 people, one was burly. Even though one couldn't see his face clearly in the dark, his figure still made one feel that he was as tall as a mountain. Every step he took, it was as if a mountain was moving. Such majesty! This was a natural aura. Only natural heroes could bring out such a majestic aura unconsciously. An insufferably arrogant spirit. The person beside him had a slender figure and fluttering hair. She should be a girl. On his left, another person's posture was rather strange. As he walked, he looked like a big monkey jumping forward, but also like a bird flying clumsily. We are finally here. In front of everyone, that person stood still and laughed. He said, "This journey is really fucking satisfying. The awe-inspiring power of our Hall of 4 and 3 has truly started to spread throughout the world from this journey." At the side, that skinny and shriveled big monkey-like young man rolled his eyes and said, "What's there to be unhappy about? Almost all the people we met along the way were beaten down by you. Too barbaric. No matter what, you should let me practice, but you almost took them all by yourself." That person smiled and said, "Didn't you practice those few times when we met high-level martial saints? What's there to lose?" "Fourth brother Dong, I will fight it out with you." That young man cried out in grief and indignation. That was purely torture. What is called practice? I say, "Fourth brother Dong, you clearly know that you can't afford to offend them, but you still went up to provoke them. You caused me to be beaten to death 3 times along the way. Do you still have a conscience? Anyway, you can't be beaten to death." The girl at the side who had been silent all this while smiled gently and said, "What does it matter how many times you are beaten to death? After they leave, we will take your corpse away. After a while, you will come back to life and your strength will improve. Fourth brother, we are helping you cultivate." That skinny and shriveled young man wanted to cry but had no tears. "Making me die again and again. Helping me cultivate like this. I have seen through the 2 of you. When I see boss, I will definitely complain about you. That burly young man laughed and said, "Fourth brother, let's make a bet. Do you think boss will believe what the two of us say? Or will he believe you? A guy who has always been famous for being a petty thief and has a glib tongue." That young man instantly became dejected. He looked up to the sky and sighed. "I have really met the wrong person. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go in. Let's see if we can find someone to fight again tonight. I feel like I am going to break through again." The burly young man laughed, and the three of them entered the city gate at the same time. Chapter 10:13. Late at night, a bright moon hung in the sky. Diwu Qingrou's small courtyard was surrounded by the supreme martial artist's divine senses. "Is everything ready?" Diwu Qingrou asked softly. In front of him, the elder nodded.
Yes.
"Yes, tomorrow is the start of the medicine banquet." Diwu Qingrou's eyes were deep. "How are the reactions of the big clans?" The elder laughed softly. "Other than the local Zhuge clan, Chen clan, and Li clan, the other 7 clans are all eager to make a move. They are very interested in the news of the divine clan elder." "That's good." Diwu Qingrou smiled softly and said, "It's not that the Chen clan is completely uninterested. They are forced by the situation and have no choice but to keep a low profile, because they have already lost too many men to the Moonbreeze couple. Therefore, they already feel that they can't afford to lose. But once things get out of hand, the Chen clan will naturally make a move. Even if they don't make a move, there will be others who will find trouble with them." Diwu Qingrou smiled softly. "And the Li clan is in a precarious situation now. Even if they don't make a move, others won't let them off. So, the Li clan will also make a move." The elder said, "Yes, the situation is already set. The stage has already been set up. We are only waiting for someone to perform on the stage." Diwu Qingrou smiled. "That's right. My main job is only to set up this stage. We don't need to care about other things. We only need to wait quietly. Just setting up the stage and not performing?" The old man was startled. He couldn't help but frown and remind her, "Qingrou, you're wrong. Although we've already lured them in, things still need a fuse. Even if it's going to become a prairie fire in the end, it still needs a spark to ignite it." "That's right. However, this was just a spark. It must not be ignited from our hands. If we were to ignite it, it would only burn the Diwu clan into pieces first. Then, even if the plan succeeds, it would be useless and would only benefit others." There was a mysterious smile on Diwu Qingrou's face. "I don't understand. Who can replace us?" That elder racked his brains. "If I didn't calculate wrongly, that person, it should have been prepared long ago. What he needs now is for us to finish setting up the stage. That's all." Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed. "As long as the news of us setting up the stage is spread out. If the flames of war were to rise continuously, the large clans would be reduced to a nest of pigs in a short period of time." The old man blinked his eyes in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. "There was an alliance? But I've always been by Qingrou's side, so how come I didn't notice?" "Great-granduncle, if I remember correctly, in another 10 days, I'll be back. At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, which is the day of the medicine banquet preliminaries, it should be Big Brother's birthday?" Diwu Qingrou smiled mysteriously. "Yes. It's hard for you to remember this." The old man chuckled. "Big Brother is almost 10 years old this year, but he hasn't had a proper birthday celebration yet." Wu Qingrou sighed and said, "This time, he has me, his younger brother, to celebrate for him." The old man was even more confused. "We were just talking about serious business. Why did you suddenly change the topic to birthday noodles? Wasn't this change too sudden?" Diwu Qingrou pondered and said, "Spread the news tomorrow that the Diwu clan has booked the entire Shuiyu restaurant for my big brother Diwu Qingquang's 10th birthday." "What?" The old man was stunned. "I've lived for thousands of years. I haven't had such a grand birthday celebration. Your big brother is only 10 years old, and you're already having a birthday celebration? Also, Diwu Qingrou, will cover all the expenses for my big brother's 10th birthday this time." Diwu Qingrou said in a heavy tone. "This sentence must be passed out to show our brotherhood." "You'll cover all?" The old man was shocked. "This is not a small amount. I can still afford this little amount of purple crystals, Diwu Qingro said casually, and this money is paid by the clan? Paid by the clan? The old man was confused. He was about to faint. Paid by the clan, but in your name? Of course, Diwu Qingro said without any guilt. I'm completely dizzy. What's going on? The old man held his forehead with one hand and asked dizzily, and it must be a grand celebration. Diwu Qingro said, when the time comes, we'll invite an opera troupe to set up a stage for a performance. So, from tomorrow onwards, we'll start setting up the stage. Set up a stage for a performance? So grand? The old man said dizzily. Of course. The 10th birthday celebration? Diwu Qingro waved his hand. This matter is settled. From tomorrow onwards, we'll start spreading the news and inviting guests and friends. When the time comes, we'll watch the show at Shuiyu restaurant. Seeing that the old man still wanted to ask questions, Diwu Qingro frowned and sighed deeply. You don't need to ask for the reason. You just need to do as I say. Okay. The old man agreed in confusion. Don't forget that everything is funded by me. You must publicize this matter to the best of your ability. Diwu Qingro was still not at ease. So, he warned again. Okay. The old man agreed and left. Diwu Qingro looked at his back and couldn't help but frown with a headache. He sighed and muttered, so tired. On the second day, from early morning, Tianji City started to become chaotic. It was like a pot of porridge. As the sky brightened and the sun rose, it gradually became steaming hot. Chu Yang ended his breathing and meditation and stood up. He didn't prepare much. He just took out a small package from the tribulation space, carried it, and was about to leave. Zi Xieching's voice came from next door. I won't accompany you today. Today is the most important day for Lu Er to be reborn. I'll stay here to protect her. Okay, Chu Yang agreed. At this moment, someone asked loudly, Brother Chu, are you ready? It was Han Xiran's voice. Yes. Chu Yang agreed and walked out quickly. He opened the door of the orchard palace and saw Han Xiaoran in a neat black robe. He stood outside with his hands behind his back and nodded at him with a smile. Today is the first day of the medicine banquet. I'll bring you there. Let's enter the preliminaries. Han Xiaoran smiled. Chu Yang laughed. Brother, the first round of preliminaries is a competition of heavenly treasures. There's nothing special about it. Are you ready? Han Xiaoran said, if you're not confident, I've specially brought a 5,000-year-old blood mushroom. It should be enough. I've already made my own preparations. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Moreover, I've prepared a portion for you. Prepared a portion for me? Han Xiaoran widened his eyes strangely. I've got 2 scarlet fruits. One of them is to be used to enter the medicine banquet as a stepping stone. The other one, it's for you. Although this scarlet fruit can't cure you completely, it can make you feel more comfortable. Moreover, it can also last a little longer. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Han Xiaoran shook his head disapprovingly. Brother, it's not that I want to nag at you, but you've underestimated the medicine banquet. There are tens of thousands of pharmacists gathered here, and these people actually dared to participate in the medicine banquet. Who doesn't have any rare goods? I'm afraid it's impossible to enter the medicine banquet with just 1 scarlet fruit. It's naturally impossible for ordinary scarlet fruits. But what about the black-blooded scarlet fruit? Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and said, I got this scarlet fruit from the black blood forest. Black-blooded scarlet fruit? Han Xiaoran was stunned. The soil in the black blood forest was 100 times harder than outside. The value of the elixirs that grew there was definitely 100 times more than outside, and the black-blooded scarlet fruit was even more priceless. It was a typical heavenly treasure, and a top-grade one. An ordinary scarlet fruit needed at least 100 years to bloom and 50 years to mature. 150 years. But it was definitely not the case in the black blood forest. That was to say, in the black blood forest, this number was 100 times more. The scarlet fruit could only mature. That was to say, 15,000 years. But how could the 15,000 years in the black blood forest be compared to the 15,000 years in the outside world? The difference was like heaven and earth. You got the black-blooded scarlet fruit? Han Xiaoran thought of Chu Yang's journey and suddenly had an idea. You didn't come from the Shao clan's special passage, but came from the Black Blood Forest? The Shao clan has a special passage? Chu Yang felt dizzy. Han Xiaoran was stunned. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You're really audacious. You actually came out from the Black Blood Forest. Han Xiaoran shook his head and sighed. And you even got the black-blooded scarlet fruit. Your luck is really too good. Haha, Chu Yang smiled and said, and it's not an ordinary black-blooded scarlet fruit. It's a top-grade exquisite snow scarlet fruit. Han Xiaoran's eyes popped out. Exquisite snow scarlet fruit? Chu Yang smiled mischievously. He stretched out his hand from his bag and took out a purple crystal box. Then, he threw it over. Old brother Han, this is something that took 15,000 years to grow. Quickly eat it. Han Xiaoran hurriedly caught it and was shocked. This is a heavenly treasure that only matured after 15,000 years. You're throwing it away just like that? Chu Yang said indifferently. What's the big deal? Once I throw it out, it's yours. It's not mine anymore. Even if it's broken, it's yours. Why can't I bear to? Han Xiaoran's mouth twitched a few times. He was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. This scarlet fruit was born from the scarlet fruit tree that Chu Yang got from the Black Blood Forest. There were 30 of them in total. Chu Yang only took out 2 of them. What's there to feel bad about? When he got the scarlet fruit tree, it was only green in color. But after it entered the tribulation space, the sword spirit made use of the characteristics of the tribulation space to speed up the ripening of the fruits. Han Xiaoran felt a little bad and said, Brother, you're taking out such a heaven-defying treasure for this medicine banquet's preliminary selection. It's too extravagant and wasteful. Hee. I'm almost done making up for what I owe. I finally felt a little relieved. I didn't dare to ask for monthly votes to make up for the extra chapters. I'm almost done making up for the extra chapters so that I can ask for monthly votes. It's the 23rd today, and I've already updated 10 chapters with close to 200,000 words. But many people are still complaining that the updates aren't good enough. Please understand me. Chapter 10:14. Of course, Chu Yang absolutely disagreed with what Han Xiaoran had said. It was definitely making a mountain out of a molehill to do such a thing at the 10th birthday celebration. However, with Diwu Qingru as the host, it was definitely extraordinary. As for what Han Xiaoran said about Diwu Qingru sucking up to him, Chu Yang would definitely not agree with that. Han Xiaoran had never heard of Diwu Qingru or didn't understand him. It was reasonable for him to say such words. However, if Chu Yang really thought so, then he would be an idiot. If Han Xiaoran knew how powerful Diwu Qingru was, he would probably not say such words even if he was beaten to death. There was a kind of person who, regardless of his level of martial arts, would be able to do well no matter where he was. No matter how big the world was, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Diwu Qingru was undoubtedly such a person. A person like Diwu Qingru would definitely not suck up to others like this. Even if others sucked up to him like this, he would not agree. Chu Yang was also such a person. Therefore, Diwu Qingru understood Chu Yang, just like how Chu Yang understood Diwu Qingru. If so, what was the meaning of this? Hearing the shouts of the people of the Diwu clan still coming from all directions on the street, Chu Yang furrowed his brows and walked forward. A clear train of thought slowly formed in his mind. Is Diwu Qingru trying to send me a message? But what message is he trying to send? At the beginning of the 12th month, the 10th birthday celebration, Diwu Qinghuang, Diwu Qingru, putting together a show. Diwu Qingru fully funding? Chu Yang pondered and made the first assumption. Let's assume that my previous guess was right. Then, the Yi clan was instigated by Diwu Qingru to snatch the divine clan elder. Let's confirm this first. Then, as long as Diwu Qingru knew that I was here, he would definitely pay close attention to me. Therefore, Diwu Qingru must have known about my actions during this period of time through different channels. If so, he would be able to guess what I was doing. Therefore, Diwu Qingru would definitely cooperate fully. He would add fuel to the fire and even add 1 and 2 more to his original plan. Because Diwu Qingru knew that others might not be able to do it, but he, Chu Yang, would definitely be able to do it. Therefore, there was this scene today. This scene was telling me, I've already planned everything. I'm just waiting for you to go on stage to perform. At the beginning of December. It should be before the beginning of the 12th lunar month, when everything was ready, and they were only waiting for the spark. Diwu Qingro set up the stage. On that day, the Diwu family invited a troupe to perform. In other words, he would only watch. She sang her own opera, the 10th birthday celebration. However, the word Deshun should not have been added at the end. Although it was a nice thing to say, after adding it here, it seemed very disrespectful. In that case, there must be another meaning behind it. And in front of it was the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The meaning of this should be, at present, there is already a clan that has stepped into this whirlpool. As long as he ignited this fire, it would cause a war between the big families. Chu Yang's eyes flickered as he quickened his pace. In that case, if you, Diwu Qingro, want to watch a good show, then I will give you a good performance and let you see how powerful your brother is. Don't think that you, Diwu Qingro, are awesome just because you can devise strategies, thinking of the bag of medicine in the space of tribulations, thinking of Lan Chang's eagerness and unbearable expression every time he urged him. Chu Yang could not help but smile. Chaos was a good thing. This Diwu clan. It should be a subsidiary clan of the Zhuge clan. Han Xiaoran said inexplicably. Yes, Chu Yang replied softly. Doing such a thing, it is too embarrassing for the Zhuge clan. Han Xiaoran was in a good mood today. He smiled and said, this Diwu Qingro actually did such a thing. If I were Zhuge Shanyun, I would give him a good beating. He is really a nouveau riche. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The reason why Diwu Qingro dared to do so, he was clearly sending a message to him. I have a high position in the Zhuge clan. I have a high position. Otherwise, with Diwu Qingro's steadiness, how could he be so rash when he has no position? From this point of view, Zhuge Shanyun might not have the guts to beat Diwu Qingro. As they chatted and laughed, the two followed the crowd to a place. It was a huge square with a radius of thousands of feet. It was extremely magnificent. Opposite the square, there were tall buildings that rose from the ground. Above, there were 4 big words that shone with golden light under the sun. Medicine Festival. Chu Yang sucked in a cold breath. He had been to this place 3 days ago. At that time, it was still a mountain. Beside it, there was a lake that surrounded it. But today, there were no mountains and rivers. It had become a piece of empty land, and the ground was extremely solid and flat. The medicine festival is like this, Han Xiaoran said lightly. Several supreme martial artists worked together to remove all the water and raise the mountain to the ground. It only took a moment. Amazing, Chu Yang said. This is nothing, Han Xiaoran said. The battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing that year was really a change of the world. Wu Jueqing was in midair. He grabbed a mountain and floated in the air. The two of them held a mountain in each hand and fought against each other. Fuck. Chu Yang was stunned. Grabbing a mountain with one hand? Fighting against each other? This is too powerful. Who is Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang heard this name and couldn't help but ask curiously. Han Xiaoran coughed twice. There was a trace of unnaturalness on his face. He said, he's a senior expert. You'll know in the future. Chu Yang was surprised. He heard Han Xiaoran's voice in his ear. Wu Jueqing is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng. Chu Yang was shocked. His expression didn't change. Instantly, he knew that this name and identity seemed to be taboo. Chu Yang looked at the building in front of him and said, the rooms here are very unique. The rooms here are prepared for the pharmacists. Han Xiaoran revealed a look of disdain, as if he was an ignorant country bumpkin. The Night Emperor peeled off the outer skin of a mountain from outside. He picked a few pieces of the biggest and sturdiest stones and carried them back. Then, he used the whole stones to dig out spaces and stairs. So, all the rooms here are a whole piece of stone. Chu Yang coughed repeatedly. Fuck. It seems that I can't even lift a stone like this. This Night Emperor actually peeled off the outer skin of a mountain and then picked a few pieces of the biggest and sturdiest stones and carried them back from outside the city? Carried them back? Chu Yang stared. Yes, from outside the city, he carried them and flew back. Han Xiaoran added, as if he didn't hit him hard enough. Carried them and flew back? Chu Yang was speechless. Are you stupid? How can you enter the city with such a big stone? What if you don't fly back? Han Xiaoran said as a matter of fact. Cough, cough. So it's forced out. So helpless. Chu Yang raised his hands and surrendered. Yes, it's forced out. Han Xiaoran sighed pretentiously. You and I can be where we are today. Isn't it also forced out? Brother Han, I know you're happy today, but you're really not suitable for pretending, Chu Yang reminded him seriously. Han Xiaoran laughed loudly. Bringing Chu Yang in, the Southeast law enforcement master still had a lot of face. A disciple from the Zhuge clan who was in charge of the outer area of the medicine banquet had already come over. He brought Han Xiaoran in. Then, he left. Chu Yang then knew that the Medicine Valley's people were in charge of the internal affairs of the medicine banquet, although it was in the territory of the Zhuge clan. But the people of the Zhuge clan could only be in charge of the periphery. There were dozens of tables in front of him. Behind each table, there were two people in white sitting. Behind them, there was a passageway and a room. These dozens of people seemed to have the same expression. Their faces were even more impartial than Han Xiaoran's. Seeing the Southeast law enforcement master coming in and coming to a table, that person actually asked without raising his head or opening his eyes, "Who are you?" The Southeast law enforcement master, Han Xiaoran. I've brought the pharmacist of the Southeast law enforcement master to participate in the medicine banquet. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, Oh, law enforcement master Han, please step back and let the pharmacist come over to register, that person said lightly. Chu Yang was really convinced. It was said that the people of the Medicine Valley were very big. Chu Yang didn't understand what very big meant, but now he finally knew. Very big. It was simply awesome and explosive. Facing the Southeast law enforcement master, he actually said, Step back. What the hell? Chu Yang went forward. Name? That person asked casually. Chu Yang. Chu Yang replied. Gender? That person asked. Chu Yang felt dizzy. Gender? I'm fucking right in front of you. Do you still think that I'm a girl? At this moment, he heard such a rigid conversation from the table next to him. Name? Gender? Chu Yang turned his head and saw that the pharmacists who were being interrogated all had very interesting expressions on their faces. One of them even involuntarily looked at his own crotch, as if he suddenly had doubts about himself after hearing this sentence. He wanted to take a look to confirm. Cough, cough, male, Chu Yang confirmed. As he said, he touched his nose. Actually, he wanted to touch his crotch to confirm, but he was too embarrassed to do so. Cough, cough, male. That person frowned and scolded. I'm asking your gender. If you're male, then you're male. If you're female, then you're female. What do you mean by cough, cough, male? Chu Yang was instantly furious. Han Xiaoran, who was at the side, hurriedly winked at him. Male. Minister Chu swallowed his anger and said, How old? 10. What medicine did you bring? Show me. That person rolled his eyes and despised him in his heart. What can a 10-year-old pharmacist do? What good medicine can he bring? Looks like he's just here to make up the numbers. This. Chu Yang took out a purple crystal box and handed it over. What's this? Can't you speak? The man glared at him, then picked up the box and opened it. Suddenly, his whole body shivered and his face turned red, then white as snow. He cried out involuntarily, It's me. What did I see? The pharmacists at the side all turned their heads to look, but this person still stared with his eyes wide open. He said in a moaning tone, Black-blooded red fruit. Top quality. Oh my God. This person was so arrogant before, but now he suddenly became like this. He was so shocked that young Master Chu almost went crazy from shock. NL, second update. There are guests at home today, so update 2. The house in my hometown is going to be demolished. My uncles all came here to discuss this matter with my dad. Sigh, it makes me want to cry. 2.5 years ago, they said that it was going to be demolished. After waiting for a long time, they said that there was no hope. So, I got into debt and bought a house. Now that I bought the house, they said that it's going to be demolished. I'm going crazy. If I had known, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Damn it, the huge debt is almost crushing me to death. Gee. Chapter 10:15. Black-blooded vermilion fruit. With this shout, everyone's gazes immediately turned to him. Underscore. A few people in white even abandoned the pharmacists who were being interrogated in front of their tables and ran over. Before those pharmacists who were racking their brains to think about the question gender could finish their thought, the person in charge of the assessment had already disappeared. They were at a loss for a moment. I haven't answered. Why did you leave? Then am I a man or a woman? After the person in white in front of Chu Yang shouted, he raised his head and sized Chu Yang up with a burning gaze. Up and down, left and right, he was extremely meticulous. Chu Yang got goosebumps from being sized up by such a gaze. Damn, one Yishiyu was already scary enough. Yishiyu was at most a transvestite. Not that. What if this guy was a real B***starred and actually took a fancy to him? In that instant, young Master Chu was already thinking very far ahead. At this moment, a few people in white had already pounced over like wolves. They grabbed the purple crystal box and put their heads over. Black-blooded red fruit. It's a real black-blooded red fruit. And it's a top-grade one. I'm going to faint. There's actually such a top-grade red fruit in this world. It looks like it'll take more than 10,000 years to mature. Bullshit. The red fruit in the black blood forest takes 100 times longer to mature than those outside. It won't mature for less than 15,000 years. You actually said that it'll take more than 10,000 years? Even if you don't have knowledge, you should at least be knowledgeable. Let me see. Let me see. What the heck? There's really such a thing. Good stuff. Sounds of admiration could be heard. The eyes of the doctors from the Medicine Valley lit up and they looked excited, as if they had discovered a new continent. Their previous coldness and inflexibility had long been thrown out of the window. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Were these still the people who asked about the gender of the man just now? The people from the Medicine Valley are like this. Other than medicine, they're also interested in medical skills. They don't care about other things at all. These are still the stronger ones. The few elders from the Medicine Valley are the truly awesome ones. Even if a supreme martial artist stands in front of them, he'll still have a cold face, Han Shaoran explained telepathically. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. You don't need to tell me that. I can already tell. Actually, the people from the Medicine Valley are still the group that I find the most pleasing to the eye. That's because although they're rigid and unapproachable, they're still the best. But his attitude towards patients is always the same. It's the same no matter who he is facing. Han Shaoran sighed. Chu Yang nodded. Get out of the way. The crowd parted and a white-haired old man with a sparse white beard rushed over, surrounded by 4 warriors who were clearing the way for him. The old man was still impatient and kept urging, Get out of the way, get out of the way. Hurry up, hurry up. The old man's clothes were neat and tidy. Although he was a little short, his hair was neat and tidy. His face was ruddy. If he wasn't in such a hurry, he would probably be a very dignified person. However, the urgency at this moment destroyed his temperament. But he clearly didn't care about his image anymore. Finally, they came close. The old man coughed in a dignified manner. Ahem. Mmm. Cough cough. What a bunch of bastards. Don't they have any discernment? Get out of the way. Let me take a look. The old man was a little unhappy that no one bothered with his coughing. He scolded. Only then did the crowd open up a gap. The old man squeezed in with his shoulder against someone's chest. He couldn't wait any longer. I heard it's the black-blooded red fruit? Then, ah. The old man exclaimed and said incoherently, It's really the black-blooded red fruit. Fuck its mother. Following his excited scolding, his saliva splattered everywhere like rain. Everyone was speechless. The old man obviously didn't realize his slip of the tongue. His entire body immediately pounced forward. His 2 eyes were glued to the outside of the purple crystal box. He greedily took 2 deep breaths. His voice was trembling, and his pair of hands actually started to tremble like crazy. It's really, that's not right. Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with this? This is obviously the fruit. One of the pharmacists mustered up his courage and said, Fifth Elder, this is the black-blooded red fruit. What do you know? With your little knowledge, how can you know what good stuff this is? The fifth elder scolded without even raising his head. How is this a black-blooded red fruit? This is obviously the best purple ice snow in the red fruit forest. Purple ice snow, the old man exclaimed excitedly. He closed the purple crystal box and raised his head. Who brought it here? Who brought it here? Stand out now. It was as if he wanted to fight. Chu Yang had been dumbfounded for a long time. He had always known that the herbs in the black blood forest were very precious, but that was all. He didn't expect that a mere black-blooded red fruit would cause such a huge commotion. Chu Yang had still underestimated the value of the herbs in the black blood forest. This kind of shock seemed to be much, much higher than what he had expected. I brought it here. Looking at the white-bearded old man's originally small eyes, which were now like searchlights, Chu Yang had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward to say something. Where did you get it? The fifth elder looked at the young man in front of him. What did you bring it for? To sell it? No, I brought it, Chu Yang hurriedly explained. Not to sell it? The fifth elder was very disappointed. He interrupted Chu Yang's explanation and hugged the box even tighter. I'll buy it. No? What do you want? Elixirs? Or purple crystals? Or? Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fifth elder, this is a pharmacist. He's here to register. A pharmacist from the medicine valley at the side said carefully, this red fruit is for the preliminary selection. Ah, the fifth elder was stunned. Then, he suddenly quivered. Preliminary selection? He suddenly stomped his foot. Such a heavenly treasure is only for the preliminary selection? What a prodigal! What a prodigal! He stared at him. Such a medicine. How can it only be used for the preliminary selection? This is simply blasphemy to a heavenly treasure. This is an uncountable sin. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. I brought it for the preliminary selection, which is equivalent to giving it to you. But you actually accepted the elixirs and scolded me for being a prodigal. This is a sin. What the fuck? Whose side are you on? Then, the fifth elder suddenly came back to his senses. In other words, this is a contribution to the medicine banquet? It's ours? The pharmacist from the medicine valley nodded speechlessly. You've finally come to your senses. I've accepted it. I've accepted it. Ha ha ha. The fifth elder blew his white beard and laughed proudly. Then, did I pass the qualification? Chu Yang asked carefully. Did I pass? Do you still need to ask? The fifth elder flew into a rage. This is blasphemy to a heavenly treasure. Bastard! If I can't pass with such a medicine, it's simply intolerable. Chu Yang wisely kept his mouth shut. This old man was already half crazy from just one red fruit. If he knew that I still had 34 red fruits, wouldn't he eat me alive? Bring me the qualification token. The fifth elder turned and shouted. His voice was somewhat ferocious. Hurry! Then, a jade token was brought over. The person who brought it over reminded him in a low voice, Fifth elder, this is not in accordance with the rules. We should go to the room and interrogate him. Then, fill in the information and give out the token. Not in accordance, my ass. The fifth elder roared angrily. Hurry up and finish this. I'll take the red fruit away for safekeeping. This idiot actually used a purple crystal box to store it. Bastard. What a waste. The medicine is already starting to lose its potency. What a prodigal. You better hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, I'll attach a tail to your butt. Do you believe me? That person was shocked and hurriedly handed over the jade token. The fifth elder grabbed it and asked Chu Yang, "What's your name?" Chu Yang. Chu Yang hurriedly replied. The fifth elder used his fingers like a knife. With a stroke, the two words Chu Yang were carved on the opposite side of the jade token. It was too sloppy and didn't look like Chu Yang at all. Instead, it looked more like the three words Lin Ri. Chu Yang took it and looked left and right. It didn't look like his name. He couldn't help but frown. Elder, the words on this token don't look like my name. The fifth elder said angrily, it's enough that you have this token. Why do you care if it looks like your name or not? Look at the number on it. Do you know? Go when the number is called. It's definitely right. The name is just a code. Scram to one side. Who stores the scarlet fruit like you? Bastard. If you didn't meet me, the potency of the scarlet fruit would have been lost. He looked at Chu Yang snappily and said, "Bring your cards and follow me." Chu Yang didn't even have the time to put the cards in his bosom before his hand was grabbed by the old man. Like an iron clamp, Chu Yang was pulled into the passageway and into the small house, almost as if he was being dragged alive. He left behind a sea of envious gazes. This guy's luck is really good. He actually took a fancy to a scarlet fruit. As soon as the fifth elder entered the house, he hurriedly took out a box made of purple crystal jade core. With a schwa sound, he poured out the medicine inside and carefully took out the scarlet fruit from Chu Yang's purple crystal box. He put it into the purple crystal jade core box and quickly closed it. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He put the rest of the medicine into the purple crystal box and slowly tidied it up. After tidying up, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. "What's your name?" "Chu Yang." Chu Yang replied speechlessly. Oh, I remember now," the fifth elder said. "Where are you from?" "Southeast law enforcement pharmacist." Chu Yang's face darkened. Oh. The fifth elder seemed to be thinking about something and said absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He wanted to say something, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory. What's your name?" Chu Yang almost cried. "My name is Chu Yang." Yes. "Chu Yang, I called you here to ask you something." The fifth elder slapped his forehead again, but his eyes became more passionate. It was like a young girl in love who saw her lover after a long separation. It was deep and affectionate. When Chu Yang saw this kind of expression, he couldn't help but shrink back. He instinctively hugged his chest and said vigilantly, like a young girl guarding against a pervert, "What are you doing?" The second time might be a little later. My train of thought is a little slow. Gee. To be continued. Chapter 10:16. Nothing much. The fifth elder rubbed his hands and revealed a standard, lecherous smile in Chu Yang's eyes. He chuckled and said, "I just wanted to ask you." Ha. How should I put it? Chu Yang almost wanted to escape. He said in a trembling voice, "You're already so old." The fifth elder glared at him. "What does this have to do with age? I'm old but not old at heart." Chu Yang was speechless. "What exactly do you want?" He thought to himself, "If this old man makes any unreasonable requests, I'll just slap you unconscious and leave." "How did you get this medicine?" The old man looked at Chu Yang with a greedy look. Huh. Chu Yang was surprised. "Medicine?" The old man frowned and held back his impatience. "Yes, medicine. Oh my God." Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought you wanted to do that." He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This time, it was the old man's turn to be puzzled. He scratched his head and asked in puzzlement, "What do I want to do?" Nothing," Chu Yang said awkwardly. Huh, nothing? The old man's face was full of question marks. Cough. I have a special channel for this medicine. Haha. Chu Yang changed the topic. He rolled his eyes and spoke quickly. Special channel? The fifth elder's eyes lit up even more like searchlights. Yes. Chu Yang chuckled and said carefully, "I have a friend. A friend who has a good relationship with a zone owner of the Black Blood Forest." Haha. A good relationship with a zone owner of the Black Blood Forest? The old man was even more excited. He said incoherently, "What's the name of this friend of yours?" Ha. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. "I'm too presumptuous. Haha. How can I ask about this?" The fifth elder patted his forehead self-mockingly and said, "So, he has a huge amount of medicinal herbs from the Black Blood Forest? It doesn't seem to be a lot." Chu Yang explained, "Because after the zone owner collects them, a portion of them will be distributed as welfare to the people of the Black Blood Forest. Therefore, I can only give him a small portion." A small portion is not a small amount. Where is it? The fifth elder had already moved his butt and sat over. How much is it? This? Chu Yang hesitated. Tell me, what are your conditions? The fifth elder said confidently. It seemed as if he would be able to satisfy any condition that Chu Yang put forward. The herbs from the Black Blood Forest. What the Chongtian continent lacked the most. Cough, cough. This friend of mine needs some medicinal herbs that the black blood forest doesn't have. Also, he needs purple crystals. A huge amount of purple crystals, an ocean of purple crystals. Chu Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he said lightly, Fifth Elder. Everyone has brought a lot of medicinal herbs for this medicine banquet. Because of the special properties of the medicine, if it's not used, it will be damaged after a long time. So it's usually dealt with on the spot? There is indeed such a thing. The Fifth Elder nodded. He said, spiritual herbs of heaven and earth have their own characteristics. The more precious something was, the harder it was to preserve it. Take the 7-star exquisite grass, for example. If it's left for a night, it will soften a little. Once it softens, more than half of its medicinal properties will have been lost, and it won't be worth much anymore. But a complete 7-star exquisite grass can be sold at a sky-high price. In addition, in this medicine banquet, only spiritual herbs of heaven and earth with their own vitality can be selected. So, even if they are protected by a secret technique, they can't be preserved for long after the journey here. The best way is to deal with them on the spot. Yes, as expected. I heard that after the preliminary competition, there will be an auction of 10,000 herbs, hosted by the Zhuge clan? Chu Yang said softly. You want to auction it? The highest bidder will get it? The Fifth Elder frowned slightly. If that was the case, the Medicine Valley wouldn't be able to get many of them. I have no choice. Chu Yang spread out his hands and said helplessly, that friend of mine wants to maximize the benefits. Sigh, a profiteer, a pure profiteer. Maximize the benefits. That's understandable. The Fifth Elder comforted him. Then, he asked excitedly, then, how much can he offer this time? So far, he's only given me 30 to 40 stocks. Chu Yang hesitated. So many. The Fifth Elder was dumbfounded. To be able to get 30 to 40 stalks of herbs from the Black Blood Forest? This was really an extraordinary method. If he can sell all of them, he seems to have 700 to 800 stalks. Chu Yang continued. Mother, the Fifth Elder exclaimed, Oh my mother, 700 to 800 stalks of herbs from the Black Blood Forest. He gasped as if he had a toothache. He looked at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. His body leaned back with all his might, and he really almost fell off the chair. I heard from him that he has this many. Chu Yang took out a folded piece of paper from his sleeve. But the amount of herbs he needs from the outside world is really quite a lot. The Fifth Elder took the paper and looked at it. He couldn't help but let out a hiss. His hand that was twirling his beard shook, and he actually pulled out a strand of it. It's indeed quite a lot. This is really, really fucking comprehensive. Looks like this pharmacist of yours is also a top-notch pharmacist. The fucking variety of herbs he's chosen. There are only unexpected ones, but not unexpected ones. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, tonic, poison, it's all there. It was no wonder that the Fifth Elder was shocked. This list of Chu Yang's was practically a complete collection of rare herbs, including what kind of herbs he wanted, what name, how old they were, what shape they were, and what color they were. All of these were clearly explained. If this list fell into the eyes of someone who didn't know the trade, it would only be a detailed list of herbs. But in the eyes of the Fifth Elder of the Medicine Valley, it was amazing. Which type of medicine could produce the greatest effect when paired with which type of medicine? Which type of tonic combined with another type of tonic would become a deadly poison? Which type of precious medicine when put together would instead become a bowl of plain water? The combinations on this list. It was practically flawless. There were even some recipes that the Fifth Elder didn't know about. Now that he saw them, he immediately understood. The Fifth Elder looked at it for a long time. Only then did he raise his head solemnly. These herbs are not especially rare heavenly treasures. I believe that most of them can be collected. However, just this order alone is worth a lot. At the very least, we can afford to spend 500,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang nodded slowly. That's right. So, you're only giving me this list. No, I still have to look at the list of herbs in the Black Blood Forest before I can make a comparison and give you a clear answer, said the Fifth Elder. Fifth Elder is indeed a straightforward person. Chu Yang knew that his plan was already halfway to success. He laughed. The other list has already been prepared long ago. It's here. As he said, Chu Yang took out another piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over. This time, the fifth elder read it very quickly. He only looked at the first few lines, the next one and the last one before he immediately closed the list. He closed his eyes and took a few quick breaths. Only then did he open his eyes and say, "If it's really okay." Chu Yang nodded. He said, "This friend of mine has a strange personality and doesn't like to show his face in public. Besides, his identity is sensitive. So, fifth elder, please understand this point." The fifth elder said, "As long as there are herbs, everything is negotiable." Chu Yang nodded deeply and said, "This friend of mine once said that once the transaction is successful and these herbs are auctioned off, the person in charge of this matter can take 10% of the profits." 10%? The fifth elder's eyes lit up. 10% didn't seem like much, but the fifth elder who had just looked at the list deeply knew the terrifying value of this list. 10% was enough to make a person as rich as a country. "Can I exchange 10% for elixirs?" asked the fifth elder anxiously. At his level, he was no longer very interested in things like money and purple crystals. The only thing he was interested in were elixirs. "Of course." Chu Yang laughed. "And the Medicine Valley can definitely participate in the auction. As long as the Medicine Valley has the ability, it doesn't matter even if they buy all of them." Buy all of them? The Medicine Valley definitely doesn't have the ability to do so. The fifth elder smiled bitterly. "We can only try our best." The two of them discussed for a long time and finalized all the details. Then, Chu Yang walked out of the small house slowly and disappeared into the crowd. The moment he came out, the fifth elder immediately sent out a divine sense transmission. Then, a few divine senses wrapped around Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang walked out as if he didn't feel anything. This matter was considered very sudden to him. Originally, he wanted to use Han Xiaoran's name to allow the herbs from the Black Blood Forest to enter the auction. However, that would put Han Xiaoran in a huge crisis. Now that the Medicine Valley had stepped in, it was naturally safer. The people from the Medicine Valley would definitely not allow these herbs to be lost, so the news would not be leaked. Before tracking Chu Yang and coming into contact with that mysterious friend, the Medicine Valley would definitely not do anything. As for what if they kidnapped Chu Yang in advance and interrogated him? Chu Yang now had Zi Sheqing by his side. Who would he be afraid of? To be honest, he was still worried that the Medicine Valley wouldn't make a move. Once they made a move and Chu Yang had something on them, with Zi Sheqing's current strength as the world's #1 expert, the Medicine Valley would really be led by the nose by Chu Yang if they couldn't win in a fight. If the Medicine Valley didn't make a move, Chu Yang could smoothly sell the herbs and silently make a fortune. But if the Medicine Valley made a move, then this matter would immediately become a huge trap for the Medicine Valley. Once the Medicine Valley was involved, with Chu Yang's methods and Zi Sheqing's strength, it was enough to consign the Medicine Valley to eternal damnation. Therefore, Chu Yang was certain. He was even less worried about the Medicine Valley's tracking. There was no such person at all. Even if the Medicine Valley had heavenly tracking methods, what use would it be? Chu Yang left leisurely. In the highest room of the medicine banquet, Imo Qinggu, dressed in red, was curiously leaning against the window and looking at the sea of people below. She was chewing on a piece of candy and beaming with delight. All of a sudden, the little girl seemed to see a familiar figure in the bustling crowd below. This back view disappeared in a flash. But to the little girl, it was full of affection and longing. Day and night, her mind was haunted by this figure. It had long been engraved in her heart. Even if it was just a back view, how could she not recognize it? The little girl trembled all over and almost cried out in surprise. As if she had been petrified, she suddenly froze and stood stiffly at the window. Then, tears suddenly filled her bright and beautiful eyes. Heart. These two words suddenly surged up and turned into a tide of longing, instantly disrupting her state of mind. Chapter 10:17. Imo Qingwu never thought that she would really see Chu Yang here. Along the way, her master had been evading her in every possible way. She had already realized that her master probably didn't want her to meet Brother Chu Yang. After all, her cultivation was achieved quickly, and her foundation was not solid at all. This period of travel was actually to stabilize her state of mind and increase her cultivation. How could Imo Qingwu not know this? Under such circumstances, meeting Chu Yang would only affect her Dao heart. So Bu Luqing had been dragging it out. He was not in a hurry and did not take any action. Although Imo Qingwu was dissatisfied, she had nothing to say. Even when Bu Luqing said that her brother Chu Yang would definitely come to the medicine banquet, she doubted it from the bottom of her heart. But at this moment, in the thousands of people below, she saw the back of that figure. The back of that figure. The back of that figure in black, tall and straight like a sword, but with a kind of invisible laziness and carefreeness. His shoulders were not very broad, but such shoulders made Imo Qingwu feel that they could withstand all the wind and rain in the world. This back was unforgettable. Chu Yang's back disappeared in the crowd in a flash. Imo Qingwu stood on the rooftop in a daze. On her beautiful little face, 2 lines of tears slowly slid down. At this moment, she did not know what kind of feelings she had in her heart. Sadness, surprise, bitterness, some nervousness, some shyness, some confusion. She only felt that her heart was beating faster and faster, almost jumping out of her throat. She was overjoyed, but she could not even make a sound. She clearly wanted to jump down and find him immediately, to tell him how much she missed him. But the extreme surprise made her stand there like a puppet, unable to move even half an inch. She just stood there in a daze, letting her tears flow down, but did not even wipe them away. Her vision was already blurred. She could not even see the nearby window clearly, but she still stubbornly stared at the direction where Chu Yang disappeared with tears in her eyes. Her heart was crazily screaming, "Brother Chu Yang, I see you again. Brother Chu Yang, I see you again." So good. But she could not even make a sound. Finally, she covered her face with both hands, squatted down and started sobbing softly. Tears poured out crazily from his fingers. She cried harder and harder, and slowly, her whole body began to tremble. "Do you know how much I miss you? Do you know how lonely I am? Do you know how lonely I am without you by my side? Do you know that I dream of you every day?" Her skinny shoulders trembled. After the pleasant surprise, a huge sour feeling attacked her heart. For a moment, she couldn't control it at all. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Bu Luqing asked anxiously from behind. I. Imo Qingwu raised her small face pitifully, "Master. I saw him." Bu Luqing's heart skipped a beat. Who? Who did you see?" "I saw my elder brother Chu Yang." Imo Qingwu wiped her tears. She felt more and more sad, but also more and more happy. "I saw him, Master." Bu Luqing stared at her, dumbfounded. He repeated himself like a puppet. "You saw him?" "Yes." Imo Qingwu nodded with all her might. 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes and dripped onto the ground. Bu Luqing widened his eyes and said in a dejected manner, "Why is this bastard here?" "Humph." Imo Qingwu suddenly snorted heavily. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Master, you are a bad person." With tears, she suddenly thought of something. "I'll go find him." With a leap, she floated down from the tall building. Bu Luqing didn't stop her, and Imo Qingwu had already jumped down. He couldn't help but sigh, "Silly girl. A girl should be reserved." Then he sighed, "This bastard. Why did he really appear here? What a miscalculation." Imo Qingwu jumped down. In midair, a red shadow floated down like a rainbow. It was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Imo Qingwu's light figure landed at the place where Chu Yang's last figure disappeared. She ran back and forth rapidly. Her eyes were searching anxiously. Behind her, the crowd was bustling with activity. Everyone was looking at her strangely. They did not know what this beautiful young lady was looking for. Her face was filled with confusion and excitement. What was she looking for? But Imo Qingwu didn't see anyone. Her heart only had that one figure. She searched bitterly. "Brother Chu Yang, I'm coming. Where are you? Where are you? I clearly saw you. Where did you go?" After a long time, Imo Qingwu finally stopped searching. She knew that Chu Yang had gone far away. She stood there blankly, standing in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by people. She felt a bone-deep loneliness. She couldn't help but cry. She squatted down and covered her face with her hands. She sobbed softly. Her thin shoulders couldn't help but tremble. So you are here. You are here. After a long time, someone patted her shoulder. Imo Qingwu looked back with tears in her eyes. She saw Bu Luqing standing in front of her, looking at her with pity. Be good, little Wu. Go back. Since he is here, then you will meet again one day. Imo Qingwu nodded gently. She lowered her eyes and a string of sparkling tears flowed down again. Bu Luqing held her hand and gently pulled. Both of them flew up and returned to the roof. Little Wu, you are still young. Bu Luqing thought for a long time before he sighed. Finally, he advised softly, you are only 13 years old. To be exposed to this kind of love, you are still too young. This will be very detrimental to your future. Imo Qingwu looked outside in a daze. She said as if she was dreaming, Master, is this love? Bu Luqing was stunned. Is this love between a man and a woman? Imo Qingwu asked again in a daze. She seemed to be sighing and confirming. After a long time, she sighed faintly with the tone of a completely mature woman. She said, this feeling is so bitter, but I am looking forward to it. Bu Luqing was a little dizzy. This little disciple was clearly going a little crazy. He was about to persuade her again. Imo Qingwu said, how can I not think of him? My heart doesn't seem to belong to me. Master. She raised her little face and looked at Bu Luqing. She said, Master, have you tasted this kind of love? Bu Luqing was startled. His thoughts flashed back to more than 10,000 years ago. Memories that had long been covered in dust suddenly surged into his mind. Those faces were so fresh and vivid. He thought that he had forgotten them long ago. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't forgotten them at all. He sighed deeply and stopped persuading Imo Qingwu. He sat down quietly. How many years ago? He had a wife and 2 concubines. Hundreds of years after his wife and concubine passed away, he had another wife and concubine. However, he could still remember that there was such a woman. She touched his face before she died. She looked at him longingly and said those last words. Actually, I really want to die after you. I can't bear to leave you. Without me, I pity that you still have a long time to live alone. Life is long. You will be alone, lonely and desolate. How can I be at ease? Bu Luqing thought and thought. The corners of his mouth curved into a nostalgic and desolate smile. Ever since this sentence, ever since she died, he had never thought of having a family. A long time. Yes, compared to ordinary people, he had an almost endless lifespan. He was like a god on earth. But who knew how many times he could go through such a heart-wrenching separation in this long time? Ordinary people, or even martial artists, how many people could really grow old together with him? Bu Luqing sighed deeply. At the window, the little girl in red also sighed faintly. It was actually filled with heart-wrenching feelings. Bu Luqing heard this long sigh and immediately sighed again. He really couldn't understand this world. A 13-year-old little girl. Actually, Master, you don't have to worry about me. As long as I can confirm that Brother Chu Yang is here, I will only be happy. Moreover, I will definitely see him. Imo Qingwu said, I will wait. Every day, I will dress up beautifully. Bu Luqing sighed again and said, then I will continue to think about my matters. Sigh. Now I really hope that the person sitting in front of you is Ning Tianya and not me. Imo Qingwu didn't seem to hear him. She looked out of the window again in a daze. Bu Luqing laughed bitterly and then fell into deep thought. Ever since he came here, Bu Luqing had been thinking about a problem these few days. This problem made him feel uneasy and even a faint sense of crisis. Sometimes, he would feel a chill down his spine. He hadn't felt this way for a long, long time. But after he saw the Dharma Supreme that day, this sense of crisis became stronger. Even after he stayed here, this chill actually happened from time to time. This made Bu Luqing extremely surprised. With my cultivation, how could there be any danger here? Could it be that the Dharma Supreme really dared to snatch my brother from me? Bu Luqing's eyes flashed coldly. Thinking about the Dharma Supreme, Bu Luqing felt a little depressed, and his thoughts became especially complicated. After that day's encounter, Bu Luqing felt that something was wrong. Finally, that night, he remembered the reason why he felt that something was wrong. Back then, when I was apprenticed to the Dharma Supreme, my master once said, "Our divine technique can only be passed down by those with innate spiritual meridians." He told me that if I were to accept any successor in the future, I would rather abandon this technique and let it go into the dust of history than accept anyone with innate spiritual meridians. They must have innate spiritual meridians. These were the Dharma Supreme's words. Bu Luqing finally found out what was wrong. The Dharma Supreme was actually innate spiritual meridians. Bu Luqing's eyes flashed coldly like a hawk's. The Dharma Supreme was about the same age as Ning Tianya and I. Old Ning and my aptitude could only be considered good and not the best. But the Dharma Supreme had innate spiritual meridians. What did this mean? Chapter 10:18. Bu Luqing thought deeply to himself. For so many years, although the Dharma Supreme might not be able to see through him, he couldn't see through the Dharma Supreme either. But from the aspect of innate spirit meridians, at least in terms of cultivation, the Dharma Supreme was a little higher than him. Bu Luqing's eyes flashed, and he snorted in his heart. He didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. However, even if the Dharma Supreme's cultivation was higher than his, he definitely couldn't give him such a sense of oppression and danger. Then, where did this sense of danger come from? Bu Luqing was puzzled by this point. Chu Yang also frowned as he walked back. He didn't stop at all and returned to his own orchard palace. He even forgot to look for Han Xiaoran to leave together after he came out. After he entered, he hurriedly went to look for Zi Xueqing. Zi Xueqing was pushing the blood through the palace for Chu Lu to carry out the last step of changing her aptitude. Chu Yang said and went back to the flower rack. He waited quietly, frowning and thinking about something. After a long time, Zi Xueqing's white figure flashed and appeared in front of Chu Yang. "What's the matter? Why is your face so serious?" "Yes, the sword spirit is in seclusion. There's one thing that I can only ask you." Chu Yang looked at her solemnly. Zi Xueqing couldn't help but become serious as well. She waved her hand and a thought completely sealed the small courtyard. She said, "What's the matter? There's a name. I'm not sure if you've heard of it." Chu Yang took a deep breath. Wu Jueqing. Ever since Han Xiaoran said this name, Chu Yang always felt that this name seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember when he heard it. But in his heart, he felt that this matter wasn't simple. So, once he was done, he immediately came back to look for Zi Xueqing. "Wu Jueqing?" Zi Xueqing was startled and said, "I should have heard of this name." She frowned and thought for a long time. Then, she said, "It's at least a name from tens of thousands of years ago." A name from tens of thousands of years ago. Chu Yang pondered and only felt that there was a layer of window paper in his heart. He only needed to use a little strength to break it. That's right. This name was very famous in the past. Hence, Zi Xueqing said. She was only halfway through her words when Chu Yang suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "I remember now." "Do you remember now?" Zi Xueqing asked, only to see Chu Yang's expression become very strange. There was a kind of fear, a kind of puzzlement, and a kind of indescribable complexity. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Chu Yang remembered the words that the sword spirit had said when he had killed Odu Shao and obtained the guide to the world's poisons. At that time, the sword spirit had said, "The guide to the world of poisons doesn't only have the effect of using poison to harm people. This is the famous technique of the poison doctor Wu Ju Cheng." Poison Doctor Wu Ju Cheng was one of the brothers of the master of Calamity Sword 40,000 years ago. The Wu clan was also one of the big clans that ruled the concave Zai Heaven 30,000 years ago. Back then, Poison Doctor Wu Jueqing had relied on his poison skills to roam the pugilistic world. He had never used his hands or weapons to kill and save people. While chatting and laughing, he caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. The heroes were beheaded, and they were helpless. His might shook the world. Other than being a master of poison, Wu Jueqing is also a divine physician. He is sometimes righteous and sometimes evil, but he does things as he pleases. He is indeed an eccentric of his generation. Chu Yang's heart was like thunder. One of the tribulations 40,000 years ago. Then, he remembered what Han Xiaoran had said today. Back then, the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing changed the world. Wu Jueqing was in midair, and he casually grabbed a mountain and floated it in the air. Wu Jueqing is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng. He still remembered that Han Xiaoran's expression was very strange at that time. He seemed to have said something wrong, but also seemed to be afraid to say it. Poison Dr. Wu Jueqing, Chu Yang murmured, his gaze fixed on a point in the void. Supreme martial artist Qin Feng, Ghost Wu Chun, the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng. Supreme martial artist Qin Feng and supreme martial artist Lu Yun were husband and wife. In other words, Wu Jueqing is the successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng and supreme martial artist Lu Yun, one of the tribulations 40,000 years ago. Chu Yang murmured. The more he thought about it, the more confused he felt. One of the tribulations, why is he still alive? How old can the Dharma Supreme be? How did he fight with Wu Jueqing before? Chu Yang murmured to himself. Wu Qianqian said that day that the Dharma Supreme reached his current position more than 10,000 years ago. He remained unmoved all this while. In that case, the Dharma Supreme's cultivation at that time should definitely not be stronger than now. How old was Han Xiaoran now? From his tone, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. In other words, Han Xiaoran had witnessed the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing with his own eyes. Chu Yang murmured to himself as he pondered. Zi Xueqing was right opposite him, and she heard everything he said. She also knew what he was puzzled about, and was also pondering at the side. This matter is very puzzling, Chu Yang said. This matter is actually not completely unsolvable. Zi Xueqing smiled softly. As long as we can confirm one thing, that Wu Jueqing is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng, that's enough. Since he is the only successor of supreme martial artist Qin Feng, then, even if he is one of the tribulations, how could Qin Feng and Lu Yun watch their only bloodline die and become a foundation stone to mend the heavens? And with Qin Feng and Lu Yun's strength, even if they can't change the overall situation, it's definitely not difficult for them to change some of the minor details, or to substitute one person for another, and let Wu Jueqing escape from the disaster. Zi Xueqing said slowly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. That's right. As for other things, it's hard to say. As for the battle between the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing, the Dharma Supreme should definitely not be a match for Wu Jueqing. Zi Xueqing continued to analyze. That's right. Chu Yang nodded. But the two of them still fought. Zi Xueqing said, You can think of us? Chu Yang was shocked. You mean? Zi Xueqing nodded. There's this possibility. Chu Yang took a breath and didn't say anything. You say, if Wu Jueqing is still alive now, what would he think of the Tribulation Swordmaster? Zi Xueqing tilted her head and asked. There's no need to say anything, of course. He would hate him to the core. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. Who was Wu Jueqing? The successor of martial artist Qin Feng. What kind of respectable status was this? But that Tribulation Sword Master actually almost turned him into a cornerstone for mending the heavens. Was Wu Jueqing so worthless? When he understood everything, how could he not hate the Tribulation Sword Master? Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt a little creeped out. He murmured, That means, in this heavens, there's an almost unrivaled opponent. Zi Xueqing continued indifferently, and the Dharma Supreme is obviously an enemy of the Tribulation Sword Master. Wu Jueqing is also an enemy. The enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. So the Dharma Supreme and Wu Jueqing can't be enemies. Similarly, the friend of one's enemy is one's enemy. Zi Xueqing said, Chu Yang, as the fourth Tribulation Sword Master, the pressure on you is probably even greater than the previous Tribulation Sword Masters combined. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. At least I've never heard of the big aristocratic families having so many supreme martial artists in the previous generations. This was the truth. From the memories of the first Tribulation Sword Master, one could know that the big aristocratic families back then only had 3 to 5 supreme martial artists. But how many had appeared now? That was something that couldn't even be compared to. Do you know why? Zi Xueqing blinked and smiled. Why? This continent is called the Heavens Continent. Tribulation Sword Master, the technique you're practicing is the Heaven's divine technique. Zi Xueqing's voice was serious. It's extremely limited. Tribulation Sword's path has come to an end. If I'm not wrong, this 10,000 years of grievances will end in your hands. Zi Xueqing said indifferently. Chu Yang's body shook visibly. Moreover, the Tribulation Sword Master's brother mending the heavens was an irreversible situation. Even if Qin Feng and Lu Yun went against the heavens to save Wu Jueqing, they would probably have to pay a price. Chu Yang was deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he muttered, an irreversible situation. He emphasized the words before this, and before this. Big Sister Zi, can you use your divine senses to search this Tianji city to see if Wu Jueqing is here? Chu Yang asked. Zi Xueqing smiled bitterly and shook her head. If someone of this level deliberately hides his aura, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him. Not to mention them, even if an ordinary first-grade supreme martial artist deliberately hides his aura, I won't be able to find him with my divine senses. Then, she raised her eyebrows. You're worried about Wu Jueqing? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Someone from 40,000 years ago. What level has his cultivation reached now? Zi Xueqing said disdainfully. As long as he hasn't collapsed the heavens and shattered the void, then no matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. For someone who has reached that level, will he not collapse the heavens and shatter the void? But stay? Chu Yang asked. Not necessarily. Zi Xueqing said, you don't know how tempting that level is to a martial artist. Even I couldn't withstand it back then. What about Qin Feng and Lu Yun? Didn't they leave just the same? Moreover, if one defies the heavens and stays, he will be punished by the heavens once every 1,000 years. Every continent has a balance point. If a person's existence is enough to break the balance, then the heavens will punish him. Of course, if one can withstand such temptation and the heavens' punishment once every 1,000 years, then, at least in terms of mentality, this person is simply incredible. Zi Xueqing said slowly. Chu Yang nodded. But he still couldn't let go of his worries. What if Wu Jueqing deliberately took revenge on the Tribulation Sword Master? What would happen? One must know that the reason why the Tribulation Sword Master could make him one of the Tribulations was that he had obtained all of his loyalty, emotions, friendship, and so on, all the good things. But at the last moment, all these good things would turn into monstrous hatred. This hatred was even worse than being irreconcilable. Continue writing. There should be more updates later. Now that I've said it here, with everyone watching me, I'm not afraid of being lazy anymore. To be honest, catching up on updates is different from exploding. At least my mentality is different. I always want to be lazy. This habit has to be changed. Chapter 10:19. I've met Qin Feng and Lu Yun once. Zi Xueqing pondered and said, so, I can't kill this Wu Jueqing. But before I leave, if he dares to show his face, I'll cripple half of him. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since Qin Feng and Lu Yun have met you, then Wu Jueqing should know of your existence. His eyes flashed and he said, there's always a taller mountain. If you flatten all the mountains, I'm afraid I won't have any more mountains to climb. He chuckled. How can I reach the top if there's no mountain to climb? Zi Xueqing smiled warmly and said, Chu Yang, you're really the one with the most fighting spirit among all the people I've met. Chu Yang laughed. For the next 3 days, the people from the Medicine Valley kept a close watch on the Orchard Palace, but Chu Yang didn't do anything. He just pretended not to know. Chu Lu finally recovered and felt her body relaxed. She pulled Chu Yang and Zi Xueqing excitedly and chattered nonstop. That night, when the three of them were talking, Chu Lu suddenly sighed in melancholy. Zi Xueqing was puzzled and asked, What's a little girl like you sighing for? Chu Lu said worriedly, Sister Zi, if you don't leave and stay here forever, how great would that be? Don't leave? Stay here forever? Zi Xueqing tilted her head. What do you mean? Chu Lu hugged her arm and said coquettishly, Sister Zi, you can stay and marry my big brother. You can be my sister-in-law. How great would that be? As she said, she turned and asked Chu Yang, Big brother, don't you think so? Zi Xueqing's face turned red and she reprimanded, Nonsense. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, this sister Z of yours is indeed pretty, but it's a pity that her methods are too cruel. I'm no match for her now, so if I were to really marry her, my life would be in an abyss of misery and suffering. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this even if he was beaten to death. Chu Yang could only say jokingly, I'm quite willing. If such a beauty can be my wife, I'll be so happy. Zi Xueqing's face turned cold and she said, stop this topic. I'm going to sleep. He stood up, ignored the two of them, and walked out. Behind her, Chu Lu'er watched her leave. She winked at Chu Yang and said, Big brother, did you see that? Sister Z likes you a little. Nonsense. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she blushed just now, Chu Lu'er argued. Chu Yang said carefully, you're wrong. Lu'er, any woman will blush when you say such things. However, there's one thing you're wrong about. Ever since Big Sister Z came to the Chongtian continent, after traveling for a period of time, I entered the Black Blood Forest. Then, for so many years, she stayed in there by herself. We may have helped her relieve her loneliness, but she definitely didn't like me. Also, after interacting with me for a while, Big Sister Z has come to appreciate my tenacity. It's a form of appreciation, but it's not affection. You have to be clear about this. Another thing is, Lu'er, a woman. Women were born to like strong men. Only men who were stronger than themselves would gain the favor of women. Normally, families had to be of equal social status before they could become in-laws. It's the same for martial artists. Big Sister Z's cultivation is far from mine. Between us. Haha. So, Chu Yang said with a sullen face, Lu'er, don't say such things again in the future. If Big Sister Z gets angry with you, I won't help you. Chu Lu'er nodded her head, feeling wronged. Although Chu Yang spoke in a low voice, how could he hide from Zi Xueqing's sensitive hearing? How could Zi Xueqing not hear what he said to Chu Lu'er? In the room on the other side, Zi Xueqing listened to the words that entered her ears and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Relieving my loneliness. But it's not affection. Appreciation. But it's not affection. Of equal social status, perhaps, it's really like this? The three of them stayed in the Orchard Palace for 3 days. From the 4th day onwards, Chu Yang suddenly became busy. He left early and returned late every day. The day's time was almost equally divided between Nangong Shifeng, Lanchanga, and the rest. He was constantly collecting new information and plotting something. Every night, he was racking his brains. Whenever he had time, he would squat on the ground and draw something with a tree branch. During this period of time, the amount of information that he was thinking about was huge, and the relationships were tangled and complicated. Even Zi Xueqing was shocked when she saw it. She really realized that a wise man and a martial artist were worlds apart. After 2 days of busy work, he stopped again. Then, Chu Yang started to get busy again. But this time, he was busy passively. Yi Shifeng from the Yi clan was the first to find him. Brother Chu, you seem to be very free today? Chu Yang laughed. It's all right. I have nothing to do these few days. I'm just idle. But in his heart, he scolded. Nonsense. I'm free today? What I'm busy with every day has been clearly investigated by you. How can you not know? If I'm not free today, would you come at such a coincidence? That's great. Yi Shifeng laughed heartily and said, let's go. I've long wanted to drink with Brother Chu. Today is a heaven-sent opportunity. This, Chu Yang hesitated and his eyes flickered. Why, Brother Chu, are you not going to give me face? Yi Shifeng pretended to be unhappy. It's just the two of us. What's the big deal? Let's go, let's go. We feel like old friends at first sight. We should be good friends. Brother Chu, until now, I finally understand that in the martial world, friends are the most precious. He sighed. I know people all over the world, but how many soulmates do I have? Brother Chu. Chu Yang laughed and finally made up his mind. He said, Brother Yi, to be honest, it's inconvenient for me to go out now. Why not? Let's have a drink at the Orchard Palace. I still have some good wine here. That's great, but I'm afraid I'll disturb Brother Chu's peace. Yi Shifeng said. What's the big deal? Chu Yang pulled him into the house. Chu Yang personally cooked a few dishes and took out some wine. Both of them were not afraid of the cold and sat under the flower rack in the courtyard to drink. I didn't expect Brother Chu's culinary skills to be so good. Yi Shifeng picked up a piece of meat that was too salty to eat and swallowed it. I really can't stop praising the food. But in his heart, he thought, this is really bad. I shouldn't have accepted his invitation. Damn it, is this cooking? Even decocting medicine doesn't taste so bad. Chu Yang laughed and eagerly served Yi Shifeng food. He said with a smile of exultation, to be honest, Brother Yi, I've learned from a famous chef in the southeast region for a few days. Haha, it's barely passable. Yi Shifeng's stomach churned. He said sincerely, Brother Chu's culinary skills are unforgettable. That's true. Chu Yang accompanied him to eat, but the way he ate was terrible. Every time he picked up a dish, he would cover his face with his hand and eat it. When he covered his face, he directly threw the dish into the tribulation dimension. Then, he picked up a piece of delicious food from the table in the tribulation dimension and threw it into his mouth, chewing with relish. Yi Shifeng only felt that every dish was extremely salty. It was either extremely bitter or completely tasteless. But Chu Yang was eating with a smile of exultation. He was also eating. Yi Shifeng was embarrassed to not eat. Chu Yang ate in big mouthfuls and eagerly gave in to him. On the surface, Yi Shifeng was also beaming with joy. He praised Chu Yang and ate in big mouthfuls. He only felt that his internal organs were churning together in protest. His stomach was about to be on fire. Yi Shifeng could only drink with all his might. Brother Chu, you've been getting along well with Lan Chang'e recently. Yi Shifeng was rambling and suddenly brought the topic to this. Chu Yang was immediately taken aback. With a thud, his chopsticks fell to the ground. His face seemed to have turned pale. Haha, Brother Chu. Yi Shifeng looked at him drunkenly. Are you drunk? I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Chu Yang smiled unnaturally. Brother Chu. Yi Shifeng leaned closer and said in a serious voice, Brother Chu, what do you think of the Yi clan and the Long clan? Chu Yang said without hesitation, the Yi clan has dominated the heavenly layer for 10,000 years. Of course, the Yi clan is slightly better. Yi Shifeng nodded and chuckled. He took out a snow-white object from his chest and placed it on the table. He pushed it in front of Chu Yang and said, Brother Chu, why are you here this time? Brother Chu is not stupid. Of course you know. I won't beat around the bush. He paused for a while and said, Brother Chu, if you really want to acknowledge me as your brother, keep this. I just need a word from you. A strong and fresh medicinal fragrance was emitted. Jade spirit ginseng, one of the great medicinal herbs of the heavenly layer. Of course, this jade spirit ginseng was only in the shape of a ginseng and had not reached the level of a great medicinal herb. However, it was definitely a top-notch treasure. This piece of ginseng was at least half a tael. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Chu Yang looked at the jade spirit ginseng greedily. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Yi Shifeng said, Brother Chu, I just need a word from you, and this piece of jade spirit ginseng is yours? He smiled and said, This is a piece of jade spirit ginseng that is close to 20,000 years old. As a pharmacist, you should know its value. This little brother's sincerity has already been laid bare in front of Brother Chu. If Brother Chu refuses, I have nothing to say. I can only keep the jade spirit ginseng and leave. Treat it as if we have never met. Chu Yang looked at the jade spirit ginseng with a complicated expression. It was as if he was having an intense battle in his heart. He remained silent for a long time. Yi Shifeng sighed and stood up. If that's the case, I will take my leave. As he said that, he reached out to take the jade spirit ginseng. Wait. Chu Yang held his hand and finally made up his mind. He said, Brother Yi, since Brother Yi has treated me as a national scholar, how can I not know how to appreciate your kindness? He swallowed his saliva and gritted his teeth. He lowered his voice and said, I know what Brother Yi wants to know. I can only tell you one thing. Yi Shifeng's eyes lit up like lightning. Brother Chu, please speak. At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, Brother Yi, you have to be careful. Also, you have to pay attention to the Long clan's movements. Chu Yang said hurriedly. I'm in a good condition now. I'm fighting with the Dark Mountain gang now. This guy is handicapped. I'll torture him like I'm torturing a child. It feels so good. Waha. I'll continue to write. There's one more chapter later. Chapter 10:20. Yi Shifeng's eyes lit up. His expression became more and more serious as he muttered, "The beginning of the 12th lunar month. Ha ha ha. Lan Changa is indeed fast." Chu Yang said nervously, "Brother Lan, keep quiet." Yi Shifeng turned his head and laughed. He gave Chu Yang a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chu, you are a good friend." Chu Yang smiled nervously and said, "I only know this much. I even heard it unintentionally. No matter what, I am very grateful." Yi Shifeng held Chu Yang's hand tightly and shook it. "Thank you." Chu Yang said sincerely, "No matter what, Brother Yi treats me as a friend. I will naturally treat you as a friend. There is no need to be so polite between friends." Haha. I shall accept this spirit jade ginseng shamelessly. Yi Shifeng's mouth twitched. He laughed heartily and said, "Brother Chu, you are a good friend. You are a good brother." Chu Yang laughed and said, Come, Brother Yi. Let's get drunk. Eat more. Eat more. It is rare to see someone who likes my dishes so much. Ha. Yi Shifeng was stuffed with all kinds of food by Chu Yang. He wanted to leave a few times, but was forced to stay by Chu Yang on account of their friendship. Only when all the plates and cups were empty did Chu Yang let him go. Yi Shifeng walked out of the orchard palace. He raised his cultivation level and ran. After 2 turns, he stood under a tree. He dug his index finger into his mouth and vomited. Fuck him. Is this a dish? I ate so many poisons during my anti-poison training, but it was not as bad as this. I am really speechless. It must have been hard for that guy to enjoy the food so much. He must have not seen the world. Yi Shifeng cursed as he vomited. When old Ting makes his move, I will teach you a lesson until you beg for death. Humph. Yi Shifeng finally left. Chu Yang hummed a little tune. He waved his hand and rolled up the mess. Then, he threw it to an unknown place. He then played with the spirit jade ginseng with a smug look on his face. Now, he was earning money with his brain. This thing came so easily. Haha. He had yet to regain his senses. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "Brother Chu, are you here?" Chu Yang heard. Yes, someone familiar. It was Meng Sei's voice. His eyebrows twitched. "Another person is here to give me a gift." He hastily rushed out. Yes, I'm here." Haha, brother. What a rare guest." Meng Sei casually walked in and looked around. "I heard that Brother Chu has beauties here. I wanted to come and take a look." Chu Yang laughed and said, "She's just a concubine. She has the looks of a common willow, a common willow." Haha. He lowered his voice and said, "He's sleeping." Haha. Women are always troublesome. As she spoke, she gave him a look that said, "You know what I mean." Meng Sei laughed heartily. "Brother Chu, to tell you the truth, I came here because I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "As long as my brother needs me, I won't hesitate even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames." Chu Yang passionately patted his chest. His heroic spirit reached the clouds. "Brother Chu, just now, I saw Yi Shifeng leave your place in pain and joy." Meng Sei smiled slightly and said seriously, "Yi Shifeng seems to be very unhappy with Brother Chu. He actually said that he wanted to kill you." Brother Chu, you're new here. You don't know the situation in the upper 3 heavens. Yi clan is the #1 clan. It's unwise for you to offend him." Chu Yang said angrily, "What do you mean? Yi Shifeng was just drinking with me and calling me brother. I even gave him an extremely important piece of news. Why does he want to kill me now?" Meng Sei sighed and said, "Brother Chu, how can you believe the words of such a person?" Chu Yang was startled. He smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps. However, I don't think Yi Shifeng is a fickle person." Meng Sei laughed and did not comment. "Brother Chu, time will reveal a person's heart. Let's not argue about this. You'll know in the future." As he said, "Ever since I met Brother Chu at the Lake of Despair, we hit it off. During this period of time, I've been extremely busy. Today, I finally managed to find some time to meet Brother Chu." He took out a box and handed it over with both hands. This is the first time I'm here. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. It's for Brother Chu's lover, huh? Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He's indeed the flower protector. Even his gift to me is for a woman. I'm really impressed. He hurriedly received it and said, Brother, you're too polite. We're brothers after all. However, he had already received it and opened it. He could not help but gasp in surprise. Inside the box was a green fruit. Within the skin of the fruit, there seemed to be dense green smoke flowing slowly. This fruit is called the longevity fruit. As a pharmacist, Brother Chu should have heard of it. Meng Se smiled reservedly. This fruit can't heal or cure injuries. It can't increase one's cultivation level. Thirdly, it can't strengthen one's spirit. There's only one effect. If a woman consumes it, she will be guaranteed to not age for the rest of her life. Good stuff. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Haha, he couldn't close his mouth. It just so happens that my wife has been worrying about her youth these past few days. Now that you've come, this worry has been completely dispelled. Haha, brother, it's hard for you to be so considerate. It's nothing. Meng Se smiled freely and said, Besides, I have something to ask of Brother Chu. How can I not give you a gift? Haha. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He held Meng Se's arm and warmly let him in. Brother, you can speak your mind. With our friendship, it's like adding iron to iron. Then I won't beat around the bush. Meng Se smiled warmly and said, During this period of time, Brother Chu has been on good terms with Lan Chang'e of the Lan clan. You've also been on good terms with Yi Shifeng of the Yi clan. Of course, you should know what these two clans are doing now. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and said, So this is what you're asking about. He was in a dilemma. At this moment, Zi Sheqing came out of the room. She walked over and said hurriedly, Chu Yang, I heard there's a longevity fruit? She had already snatched the box from him. Meng Se's eyes stared blankly at Zi Sheqing's beautiful face, which should not have appeared in the human world. He actually lost his soul for a moment. After a long while, he still did not regain his senses. Chu Yang called out unhappily, Brother, brother? After calling out 2 or 3 times, Meng Se finally regained his senses. He said, infatuated, Sister-in-law is really beautiful, beautiful. Brother Chu, you really have good luck with women? His voice was filled with sincere envy. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, If Brother Chu is in a dilemma, I won't ask further. Just based on sister-in-law's unparalleled beauty, I'll give you this longevity fruit. Zi Sheqing nudged Chu Yang and said, Just do me a favor. Look at how sincere he is. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He found a tree branch and wrote a few words on the ground. At the beginning of the month, please take note of the Lan clan's movements. Then, he stretched out his leg and wiped it. Meng Se's expression changed and he laughed. Since Brother Chu is unwilling to say, I'll take my leave. He looked at Chu Yang gratefully and turned to leave. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing looked at each other and smiled. Zi Sheqing could not help but laugh. She said, You're really sinister. Chu Yang was surprised. I'm sincere in making friends. How can I be sinister? Zi Sheqing snorted and ignored him. She threw the longevity fruit back into his arms and said, I don't need this. Keep it for yourself and give it to your sweetheart. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and kept it. He sighed. It's a pity that my sweetheart can't eat it now. Zi Sheqing snorted and turned back to her room. Then, at night, the people of the Shao clan also sneakily came to Chu Yang's place with some things. These people had seen Chu Yang's efforts to curry favor during this period of time. Naturally, they could tell that Chu Yang's place was probably the best channel to break through. So, they came one after another. After the Shao clan's people coaxed and pestered, as well as sugar-coated attacks, they left behind a large number of valuable things and returned satisfied. This was news from the beginning of the 12th lunar month. In just one day, Chu Yang had already successfully sold to 3 clans. In addition to the Lan clan that formulated the plan and the Zhuge clan that bore the brunt of it, there were already 5 clans that were shortlisted. This kind of momentum was actually enough. But Chu Yang was still not satisfied. The next morning, he went out again. He continued to attract bees and butterflies. Of course, the effect was very obvious. The Sher clan's people were like flies that had smelled a cracked egg. They followed the scent and came over. Chu Yang had learned his lesson this time. He made his price clear and threw in a lot of money. He did not have to worry that these people would sell him. Even if they wanted to sell him, it would probably be after the matter was over. Before that, if the news was leaked and the Long clan changed their plan, what would he do? Now, Chu Yang only gave one message. When the time comes, we'll see what the Long clan's people do. Then, the Ling clan could not hold back anymore. However, Ling Hanwu had been staying at the Yi clan all this time, only wanting to see Yi Chuchen. But now that Yi Chuchen knew that Meng Chaoran was in the upper three heavens, how would she give Ling Hanwu a chance? Therefore, Second Master Ling was now drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The person who came was a martial saint expert from the Ling clan. He was ruthlessly ripped off by Chu Yang. The remaining Chung clan and Li clan did not make any moves. On the 7th night of the 12th lunar month, Nangong Shifeng sneakily came to Chu Yang's courtyard. Is there any new news? There are still people coming at this time? Chu Yang could not help but be a little surprised. No, there's something that I've just found out. I'm specially here to report it to you. Nangong Shifeng laughed and said, It's shocking. I didn't expect that not only the Dharma Supreme and the rest have come. It turns out that on the same day that the Dharma Supreme entered the city, the supreme martial artist Bu Luqing also came to Tianji City. Bu Luqing? Chu Yang was originally half lying down lazily. Once he heard this name, he instantly shuddered and sat up straight. His eyes were shining. Did he come by himself, or... Chapter 10:21. Nangong Shifeng said, when the Dharma Supreme came, the big clans had sealed off the entire city gate. We couldn't get to the front at all. They also didn't tell anyone that supreme martial artist Bu had entered Tianji City. Today, an expert from the Zhuge clan accidentally let it slip and suddenly let everyone know about this news. It's not that we didn't try our best. Nangong Shifeng thought that Chu Yang was blaming him for the late information and hurriedly explained. This wasn't because the big clans were keeping a secret, but because the big clans and the Dharma Supreme had to maintain their reputation. Those who knew would know that it was an honor to be stopped by Bu Luqing, but in this world, most people didn't know. In the ears of ordinary martial artists, they would inevitably think that the big clans and the Dharma Supreme were suppressed by Bu Luqing alone. This would be a huge blow to the reputation of the big clans and the dignity of the law enforcement officers. Therefore, they kept it a secret. Chu Yang hurriedly interrupted Nangong Shifeng's explanation. What I'm asking is, did Supreme Martial Artist Bu come alone, or with a few people? Or did he bring someone with him? Nangong Shifeng was startled. He didn't know why Chu Yang cared about such trivial matters, but he still hurriedly replied, I heard that Supreme Martial Artist Bu brought his disciple, a little girl in red. It's said that Supreme Martial Artist Bu stopped the Dharma Supreme and the supreme experts from the big clans at the city gate to ask for a gift for his disciple. Haha. At this point, Nangong Shifeng also felt that this matter was quite funny. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Supreme Martial Artist Bu is really not polite. When he heard that Supreme Martial Artist Bu had brought his disciple here, and it was a little girl dressed in red, Chu Yang's mind was shaken. In that instant, he saw stars and a deep sense of longing welled up in his heart. He actually didn't hear what Nangong Shifeng said after that, and was in a daze. Nangong Shifeng said a few more words. Seeing that Chu Yang didn't respond, he could only get up and leave. Chu Yang still didn't speak or move. It was only until Nangong Shifeng had left for a long time that Chu Yang opened his eyes and asked anxiously, Where do they stay? But no one answered. Looking carefully, there was no trace of Nangong Shifeng in front of him. He smiled bitterly. This guy must have left after seeing that he was in a daze. But thinking about it, there was no need to ask. With Nangong Shifeng's ability, it would be illogical if he could actually find out where Bu Luqing stayed. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. Xiao Wu, you're here. You are finally here. I'm finally going to see you again. Chu Yang was very excited. Even though she kept reminding herself to stay calm, she was still so excited that her whole body was hot and her face was red. He suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Looking at the dark night, Chu Yang couldn't help but have an impulse. Immediately find Imo Qingwu and see how my little Wu is now. He thought about how Imo Qingwu would jump on top of him the moment she saw him. Her tender lotus-like arms would wrap around his neck, and she would sweetly call out, "Elder brother Chu Yang, I missed you so much." Chu Yang couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. Chu Yang couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He pushed open the door and walked out. The oncoming cold wind blew against his face. Chu Yang quivered and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He longed to see Imo Qingwu. So, he was naturally very eager to see her. He believed that Xiao Wu was also very eager to see him. However, if he were to see Imo Qingwu now, the little girl would definitely stick to his side. He didn't have to worry about her getting in his way, but the people from the big aristocratic families would definitely recognize Imo Qingwu. If they knew that he was so close to Imo Qingwu, and that there was Bu Luqing behind them, would they be suspicious of his arrangements for the past few days, or change anything? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. There was no need to even think about it. When the time came, there would definitely be a huge impact. Chu Yang hesitated. Finally, he turned around and returned to his room. Today was already the 7th day of the 12th lunar month. Tomorrow was the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow was the 1st day of the 12th lunar month. There were only 2 days and 2 nights left. After the night of the day after tomorrow, everything should be fine. But all the plans that I had painstakingly prepared would be disrupted if I went to humiliate Imo Qingwu. Then, I would have been blinded by impulsiveness. There were only 2 days left. Chu Yang tried his best to comfort himself and forced himself to calm down. But he still felt as if his heart was being scratched by hundreds of scratches and was being fried by fire. He raised his head and gulped down 2 cups of ice-cold tea. He was actually gasping for breath. With a flash of white, Zi Sheqing entered. "What's wrong?" Zi Sheqing looked at him. "Nothing." Chu Yang shook his head in annoyance and sat down. He had always thought that his self-control was extremely high, and there were very few people in this world who could compare with him. But ever since he heard about Imo Qingwu, Chu Yang realized that he had overestimated himself. Zi Sheqing looked at him mockingly. "I just heard that a peak supreme martial artist came." "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. "I'll wait for you to finish these 2 days. I'll go meet him and see what level a peak supreme martial artist in Zhongtian is at." Zi Sheqing smiled lightly. "Then you should go look for the Dharma Supreme," Chu Yang said. Because of his relationship with Imo Qingwu, Chu Yang had also developed a bit of a family mentality towards Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya. Besides, if Bu Luqing was abused, Imo Qingwu would definitely be unhappy. Zi Sheqing looked at him. This supreme martial artist also brought a little disciple in red. "Well, it's a girl. She shouldn't be old, right? About the same as Luer?" Chu Yang nodded. "About the same. Well, if she's over 14 years old, she should be called a young girl." But Nangong said that she was a little girl. Zi Sheqing said, "And you're so annoyed. It shouldn't be because of this. Bu Luqing, right?" Chu Yang finally calmed down and coughed awkwardly. "So, it's actually because of that little girl?" Zi Sheqing looked at him. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang coughed violently. "Ha ha ha." Zi Sheqing finally couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect that the wise, and tenacious Duke Chu would actually dream of a little girl. Ha ha. A little girl about the same age as Luer. Is Duke Chu's dream lover?" Chu Yang said with a black face. "Your laughter is really unpleasant." It was the first time Zi Sheqing laughed like this. It was really too unexpected. The tenacious Chu Yang, the brave Chu Yang, the quick-witted Chu Yang, the ruthless Chu Yang, the 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 Chu Yang. At this moment, all these images were shattered. Zi Sheqing kept smacking her lips. "TSK, TSK, 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 TSK. Really? Duke Chu, Your feelings are really unique. SK, I didn't expect that you have such a hobby. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said fiercely, "What?" Zi Sheqing snorted and said, "I just admire you very much. What else can it be? This little girl has just arrived, and you're so agitated. Looks like you haven't seen her for a long time. Then, you know her? Or the last time you saw her was at least 1 or 2 years ago, right? 1 or 2 years ago, she was only 10 years old. Ha ha ha. She's only 10 years old, right?" Chu Yang was speechless. "You should go to sleep." Zi Sheqing snorted. "Only 10 years old, TSK. There are so many experts in the heavenly layer. Even ordinary people might not be able to start a girl at 10 years old. Ha ha ha." Zi Sheqing rocked back and forth. "Chu Yang, you're really too amazing. I've been to so many planes, but this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. You're really the first. You've given me such a huge surprise." Chu Yang finally couldn't take it anymore. "Have you said enough?" Little. So what? Let me tell you, even if you marry me in the future, you have to call her big sister obediently. Do you understand? I'll marry you?" Zi Sheqing snorted. "Dream on." Chu Yang snorted and said, "Even if you're a concubine, you have to call her big sister." Zi Sheqing stopped laughing and looked fiercely at Chu Yang. Suddenly, she waved her hand and sent out a ball of divine scents, completely shielding the entire small courtyard. Then, she grabbed Chu Yang's collar and dragged him out. Very good. You're very good. I haven't trained you these few days, and you actually have the guts to tease me. Come. I'll help you understand." Zi Sheqing gritted her teeth and said. Chu Yang softened instantly and smiled apologetically. "Actually, it's just a joke. Isn't it normal for us to joke around?" Before he could finish his words, Zi Sheqing had already pulled him out of the house. "I solemnly declare. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists." Chu Yang knew that this time, under Zi Sheqing's rage, he was afraid that he would be very miserable. He tried his best to find an excuse to avoid it. "Unfortunately, I'm not a gentleman. I'm a woman." Zi Sheqing gritted her teeth. With a flick of her wrist, Chu Yang's body involuntarily turned around. His buttocks faced Zi Sheqing, and he actually involuntarily stuck out, posing an absolutely suitable kicking posture. "I'll let you tease me." Zi Sheqing kicked Chu Yang's buttocks fiercely. Swoosh! Chu Yang let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, he flew straight into the endless night sky like a rocket. He actually only landed after a while. It was obvious how high he flew. To put it bluntly, if Chu Yang could fly so high with his own strength, then in this heavenly continent, he would definitely be ranked in the top 10 in terms of lightness skill. "I'll let you be a concubine." Another kick. Swoosh! Chu Yang flew up again like he was riding on clouds. Just 2 kicks and his buttocks were already as swollen as a millstone. "I'll let you be a big sister." Another kick, bam, bam. Minister Chu spent most of the night flying in the air. This kind of flying man with his cultivation sealed and being kicked in the air was really not a good feeling, especially on a cold winter night. When Zi Sheqing finally showed mercy and released Chu Yang, Minister Chu was already frozen like a popsicle. This was the price of having a cheap mouth. At this moment, Chu Yang touched his almost transparent buttocks and suddenly thought of Nangong Sure foam. Sigh, what bad luck. One is marked by the company one keeps. That old fellow is infected. Chapter 1022. The next morning, when Chu Yang went to find Wu Qianqian, he still felt the pain of his buttocks splitting into 8 pieces. For some reason, Zi Sheqing was extra ruthless this time. Chu Yang used the incomplete version of the heavy pill and only managed to heal a large part of it. Although it did not affect his movement, his buttocks started to protest when he walked. Chu Yang came to Jiaxiu building in pain. When Wu Qianqian saw him, she was shocked. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "It's very serious." Chu Yang wrinkled his nose. "Where are you hurt? Let me take a look." Wu Qianqian walked over anxiously. "On my buttocks." Chu Yang said bitterly, "They're swollen." Wu Qianqian was stunned and her face turned red. She spat at him and said, Hooligan. I'm innocent. It's true. Chu Yang felt wronged. Humph. I'll be a fool if I believe you. Wu Qianqian snorted. Since ancient times, when experts fought, how could they not hit other areas but only the buttocks? Wu Qianqian naturally thought that Chu Yang was teasing her. Sigh, then, let's talk about serious matters, Chu Yang said helplessly. Humph. Wu Qianqian snorted again. How are your preparations? Chu Yang pulled Wu Qianqian to the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in water, and wrote on the table. After the words were written, they dried up and only Wu Qianqian could see them. Wu Qianqian took the brush and said, I'm ready. Chu Yang continued to write. Does your master know? You didn't tell him, right? No. My master hates evil and can't tolerate anything. If he knew, he would have already killed them. Good. I have a packet of medicine here. Take it tomorrow night. As long as you don't use your elemental energy, the effect will be the same as the medicine he gave me. When the time comes, if your master can't make it in time, you can use your elemental energy and recover immediately. Okay, things will be big tomorrow. You have to be prepared. I understand. The two finished writing. Chu Yang laughed. I didn't expect Wu Xian's foundation to be so good. In such a short time, you've recovered to such an extent. Looks like my treatment plan is coming to an end. Congratulations, Wu Xian. Wu Qianqian smiled gently and said, It's all thanks to the divine doctor's miraculous hands. Chu Yang said modestly, You're too kind. Black Immortal Foundation is really good. How about this? Wu Xian. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, Wu Xian's injuries are about to recover completely, but they haven't recovered yet. This is the most sensitive situation. How about this? You take this medicine today, and I'll go back today. Immediately prepare another medicine and send it to Wu Xian tomorrow afternoon. When Wu Xian takes it, I dare to guarantee with my honor that Wu Xian's injuries will be completely healed immediately. Moreover, there will be absolutely no sequelae. Chu Yang said solemnly. In the afternoon? Wu Qianqian asked confusedly, Divine Dr. Chu, you've always come in the morning. Why did you suddenly change it to the afternoon tomorrow? He said it out loud. Wu Qianqian couldn't feel it. However, Chu Yang could feel that there was a divine sense that had been hidden seamlessly all this time. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation. Chu Yang said calmly, Wu Xian doesn't know. Originally, I thought that Wu Xian's injuries would at least take another 3 days to recover completely. But I didn't expect Wu Xian's aptitude to be so good and so deep. By then, I haven't even started to prepare those medicines. Wu Xian must know. If many medicines are prepared in advance, their medicinal effects will be lost. But to prepare medicines on the spot, it takes time. I'll go back to prepare now. I also need to nourish the medicine overnight. Then, I'll use a secret method to extract the essence of the medicine and soak it in a special medicine. Only when it reaches a certain level can I take it out from the medicine and prepare it into medicine for Wu Xian. By then, I might not be able to send it over by tomorrow afternoon. I see. Wu Qianqian said shamefully and gratefully. Divine Doctor, you've really done a lot for me. Chu Yang said seriously. As long as Wu Xian can recover completely, even if I have to work 10 times harder, I'm willing to do it. Wu Qianqian didn't say anything else. She just looked at him deeply and said, Thank you, Divine Doctor. Chu Yang smiled. Wu Xian, rest now and recuperate your energy. By tomorrow night, all the pain will be gone. Thank you, mister. Wu Qianqian bowed. Goodbye. I'll send you off. The two of them walked down Jiaxiu Building. Chu Yang bowed and Wu Qianqian respectfully returned the greeting. She watched as Chu Yang left. Just like usual, nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. In Jiaxiu Building, the hidden divine consciousness seemed to be relieved and quietly retreated. When Chu Yang returned, Zi Xueqing was in the courtyard. She was slowly stretching her body and doing some incredible movements. Even though Chu Yang's buttocks were still hurting terribly, he couldn't help but laugh. The movements that Zi Xueqing was practicing now were the limitless heaven and earth Tao that he practiced every morning. He didn't expect that Zi Xueqing would learn everything that he practiced every day. Cough cough, who still remembers Chu Yang's limitless heaven and earth Tao? Although Chu Yang himself had already performed this set of movements smoothly and easily, he was still a man after all. Now, this set of kung fu was being displayed on Zi Xieching's body. As her slender and delicate body made strange movements, her postures were actually extremely beautiful. When Chu Yang arrived, Zi Xieching's feet were nailed to the ground. She straightened her back and slowly leaned back, revealing her head from under her crotch. Then, she hugged her chin from the front with both hands and pulled gently. Instantly, her body left the ground and flew up. She maintained this circular posture in the air and spun in circles. Her beautiful hair was also fluttering in the wind. Chu Yang looked at her breasts that were even more beautiful after she deliberately raised her head. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Demon, this duke wants to see just how monstrous this demoness is. Chu Yang gave himself a reason in his heart. Then, he continued to read with a clear conscience. After a long time, Zi Xieching stopped practicing. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and walked over. The most peculiar thing about this set of martial arts was that when practicing this set of martial arts, one couldn't use one's cultivation and could only use the most primitive physical strength. Therefore, after practicing for a while, Zi Xieching was also sweating profusely. "How is it?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. "Very good." Zi Xieching pondered for a while and praised. "This set of martial arts is really powerful. Although it can't improve one's cultivation, it has a faint resemblance to the traces of Tao." "Oh, no," Zi Xieching said halfway. She suddenly changed her words. "This set of movements should be full of traces of life. Every movement can feel the rhythm of life. That kind of vitality, only after a certain level. After understanding the meaning of life, only then can one start to use this set of movements to figure out the traces of Tao." Amazing! Chu Yang couldn't help but praise. He really didn't expect Zi Xieching to understand the true power of this set of martial arts just by watching him practice it a few times. "This set of martial arts is very useful to me." "It's very useful," Zi Xieching said lightly. As she said, she looked at Chu Yang. "I'll explain it to you one by one, and then give you the incantation." Chu Yang laughed. "Okay." Zi Xieching agreed readily. She smiled and said, "Maybe you don't understand what I mean, but I can be sure that this set of movements of yours will be my biggest gain from coming to the Chongtian continent this time." "It's my honor." Chu Yang laughed, following which, he explained the set of movements to Zi Xieching in detail as he spoke. As he explained, he made a demonstration. Zi Xieching looked at him intently and remembered it in her heart. "Tomorrow morning, let's do it together. You follow behind me." Chu Yang smiled and said. He liked Zi Xieching's temper the most. She was not pretentious. Compared to ordinary people, although Zi Xieching was an unparalleled expert, she had a sincerity that ordinary people didn't have. And she was real. Okay. Zi Xieching naturally knew that she wouldn't understand the essence of it so quickly. She was even more sure that this set of movements, although it looked ordinary, but to her, it was better than any other martial technique. Because this set of martial technique, in a sense, was just an imitation. It wasn't based on the human body to create this set of movements. "How's your preparation?" Zi Xieching asked. "Everything is ready," Chu Yang answered seriously. "Good." Zi Xieching agreed. She turned and smiled and said, "I just realized now, although it's satisfying to use violence to solve some problems, it's really not as satisfying as scheming behind someone's back. That feeling of satisfaction is really indescribable." Chu Yang smiled deeply and said, "So in this world, many people like to play tricks. Some do it for their own purposes, but some do it for this special kind of achievement and pleasure." Zi Xieching deeply agreed. The beginning of the 12th lunar month. The day had finally arrived. In the afternoon, when Chu Yang walked out of the orchard palace, the sky was already a little dark. After 2 turns, he saw Lan Changa. He saw Lan Changa making a gesture to him and throwing a questioning look at him. The gesture meant, Moon Breeze had been invited for a drink. The look in his eyes meant, "How's your preparation?" Chu Yang made a "don't worry" gesture and walked over with a smile. Lan Changa was instantly overjoyed. He couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile on his face. Wahahaha, the beauty was about to be in his hands. Lan Changa almost skipped back. Chu Yang looked at Lan Changa from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Then, He walked over. When he reached Joshua building, Wu Qianqian had already been waiting for a long time. She said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work. It's already so late. You must be very tired?" Chu Yang laughed and put on an expression of, obviously very tired but pretending not to be tired, but at the same time letting people see that he's very tired at a glance. It's not tiring. For a mortal, it's only right to be tiring. Immortal, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot. It's good for the medicinal effect. Wu Qianqian nodded gently. She picked up a bowl of medicine on the table and raised it to her mouth. The two of them looked at each other and secretly gave each other a look. Then, Wu Qianqian drank the medicine in one gulp. Finally, she had made up for her lack of chapters. She heaved a long sigh of relief and went to sleep. Gee. Chapter 10:23. After leaving Wu Qianqian's place, Chu Yang saw Lan Chang'e after walking a short distance. This Lan Chang'e was really impatient to die. Chu Yang thought to himself, but walked over without looking sideways. He gave Lan Chang'e a look that said, "Don't worry, it's all settled." Then, Chu Yang did not care about Lan Chang'e's reaction and left in a hurry. Lan Chang'e's eyes lit up. A surge of excitement almost rushed up to his throat, and he started to sing loudly. He had to suppress the ecstasy in his heart by force, thinking that from today onwards, he would be the son-in-law of the Moon Breeze supreme martial artists, have a beautiful woman in his arms, and be able to spoil the Yi clan's plans and let his own clan reap all the benefits. In that case, who else but him would be the next clan master of the Lan clan? Chapter 302. You watched the show. I watched the show thinking of this. Lan Chang'e's heart was burning. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Lan Chang'e laughed and said softly, "It's all thanks to this idiot. I will definitely let you die comfortably." Then, Lan Chang'e left in a hurry. He went back to make arrangements. Chu Yang had walked far away and turned a corner. His ears moved slightly and he muttered, "But I will definitely not let you die comfortably." Then, Chu Yang turned a few corners and changed his appearance to a short and fat man. Then, he went straight to the front of Shuiyu Tower. In front of Shuiyu Tower, there was already a sea of people. It could be seen that the Diwu clan had made a big fuss this time. Chu Yang walked with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. A martial saint-level aura surged out, and he went on a rampage in the crowd. Many people were knocked down by him, but when they saw his cultivation level, they were angry but did not dare to say anything. Chu Yang's arrival was such a big fuss. Immediately, it attracted the attention of a martial artist from the Diwu clan. He immediately came forward and bowed respectfully. "May I know if you are here to celebrate the birthday?" "Celebrate the birthday?" Chu Yang laughed with a hoarse voice. "Is Diwu Qingru here?" That martial artist became even more respectful. Chapter 302. You watched the show. I also watched the show. Lord Qingro is currently at Shuiyu Tower. How about I lead Senior there? Chu Yang waved his hand casually. "Forget it. I have a note here. Just leave it to him." As he spoke, a piece of paper suddenly appeared out of thin air and floated towards the warrior. Only then did he land. "Yes, may I know Senior's name?" The warrior became even more respectful when he saw this. "Give him the note, and he will know who I am." Chu Yang snorted. Then, he suddenly rose up like a rainbow and disappeared without a trace. The warrior did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly ran towards the Water Moon Tower with the slip of paper in her hand. On the top floor of Shuiyu Tower, Diwu Qingro and the others were drinking while watching the show. Diwu Qingro's demeanor was free and easy. His movements were natural, and his eyes were warm. There was nothing unusual about him. Suddenly, there was a report from outside that someone wanted to see him. He said that he had important news. Diwu Qingro waved his hand and ordered him to come in. "My lord, there are orders. I'll give you this slip of paper." That warrior respectfully walked in front of Diwu Qingro and raised the slip of paper over his head. "Oh." Diwu Qingro took it and casually put it aside. He asked, "What does that person look like?" "He's a little short and fat, but he has an intimidating presence and a strong aura. He thinks that he's at least a saint. He should be a saint-level master." The warrior hurriedly explained. Oh? Diwu Qingro waved his hand and dismissed him. He slowly unfolded the slip of paper. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. Fifth brother, what happened? Diwu Qingquang, who was sitting beside him, asked sensitively. Nothing much, just an old friend. He found out that I'm here and came to report some news. Diwu Qingro said casually. The slip of paper had already turned into ashes in his hand. Diwu Qingquang did not believe it, but he could not say anything. He just replied with an "oh" and sat back down. Diwu Qingro's eyes were fixed on the stage, but his mind turned to those few words. There were only these few words on the slip of paper. You dance softly in the heavens, but do you know what you did in the past? At the Water Moon Tower, you should be drunk, but I have no worries in the heavens. The east wind pushes the boat thousands of miles, painstakingly planning. Tonight, I'll climb high to see the wind and moon, and sit and watch the heads roll. The inscription was, you watch the show, I watch the show too. Diwu Qingro thought for a long time. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He murmured, you really don't want to lose out at all. I can't deny that I made use of you in this matter, but didn't you make use of me too? The benefits you get are even greater. Then, Diwu Qingro seemed to have put down all his worries and focused on watching the show. Because the show was about to start. Chu Yang flew up to a high tower in the city. This high tower was used by the Zhuge clan for divination. However, it had not been used in the past few years. Therefore, the security was not very tight. Then, he was like a piece of weightless black cloud. He calmed down and attached himself to the highest tile. The cold wind whistled and swept past his body. However, it could not even lift his black clothes. The reason why he chose this place was because it was the closest to the Yi clan's residence. And it was also the highest place in the vicinity. The Yi clan's residence was called Peaceful Jade Lake. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides. The environment was extremely beautiful. It was obvious that the Zhuge clan had put in a lot of effort in arranging the residence of the number 1 clan. At this moment, Yi Shifeng was anxiously pacing back and forth in the residence of Peaceful Jade Lake. He looked anxiously at the door. Beside him, there were a few elders in black. They sat calmly and seemed to be resting. In the other residences, the members of the Yi clan were not resting. They were not doing anything. They were quietly waiting for something. The door opened. A gust of cold wind blew in. A black shadow followed. How is it? There is no movement from the Lan clan. How could this be? Yi Shifeng was puzzled. Tonight, he had spent a lot of effort persuading his clan members. They were prepared to follow behind the Lan clan. When the Lan clan and the Zhuge clan were fighting, they would take advantage of the situation. For this, they had even sent out 2 5th-grade supreme martial artists and a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist to scout for information. The remaining supreme martial artists were all using their divine senses as if they were facing a great enemy. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, there was still no movement from the Lan clan? If the news was false, then Yi Shifeng would have committed a huge sin this time. These experts were the old ancestors of the Yi clan. How could they be toyed with by Yi Shifeng? Yi Shiyu sat at the side with an elegant posture. He did not say a word. In fact, he had doubts about this mission. However, Yi Shifeng wanted to take all the credit. How could he tell Yi Shiyu such a big thing? Hence, Yi Shiyu was still in the dark. If Yi Shiyu knew, he would have strong suspicions and start investigating. Yi Shifeng had made a huge mistake. No matter what, Yi Shiyu had interacted with Chu Yang in the upper 3 heavens. Furthermore, he knew the origin of the Lake of Despair incident. At the very least, he knew that Chu Yang was one of the initiators of the incident. Furthermore, Imo Tianji, Gu Duxing, and the rest, they all followed Chu Yang's lead. Even if they were stupid, they would think about it. Although these people were not considered much in the upper 3 heavens. However, in the upper 3 heavens, they were all arrogant geniuses. Furthermore, they were all descendants of aristocratic families. Chu Yang had nothing. To be able to make these people bow down to him, how could he not have some ability? Yi Shiyu saw Yi Shifeng's anxious look and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This was his 2nd brother, his biological brother. Normally, he would take good care of him. However, when it came to such an important matter, he did not even tell him anything. He yawned and said, "Second brother, wait here. Anyway, this mission has nothing to do with me. I'll go and sleep first." Yi Shifeng nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Go, go." Yi Shiyu's heart felt even colder. He nodded and walked out of the door. However, his attitude today was obviously stiff and pretentious. Other than the Yi clan, the Shao clan, Shi clan, Ling clan, Zhuge clan were also doing the same thing as the Yi clan. They were paying close attention to the Lan clan. There were no experts outside at all. The first half of the night was very peaceful. Finally, Yi Shifeng was anxiously waiting. A divine consciousness swept across the sky. The Lan clan has made their move. They have mobilized many people. Yi Shifeng was ecstatic. He almost jumped for joy. He clenched his right fist and waved it excitedly. Pay attention to the direction. A black figure, wearing the Yi clan's uniform, he entered Jiaxiu building like a wisp of smoke. The two maids downstairs didn't even have time to react before they were knocked unconscious. The black shadow went up Jiaxiu building without stopping. His speed was as fast as lightning, but he seemed to be moving slowly and silently. He was already outside Wu Qianqian's room. He listened carefully and only heard the sound of breathing. There was only one person inside. His hand silently pressed against the door, and with a burst of strength, the door frame was silently shattered, and the door opened. Wu Qianqian was lying on the bed. When she heard the voice, she did not react. She only struggled to support herself and shouted in fear, "Who is it?" The man in black laughed strangely and felt relieved. He said softly, "Sorry, miss. Our second young master Yi has taken a liking to you. He wants to invite you over for a chat." Wu Qianqian said angrily, "Second young master Yi? Yi Shifeng? How dare he? What does he dare to do?" There is no need to talk about second young master Yi's courage. Since he has already done it, Wu Xian should accept her fate. The man in black stepped forward and slapped Wu Qianqian's shoulder. Wu Qianqian only had time to say one sentence. "How dare you?" She fainted. He wrapped her in a blanket and carried her on his shoulder. With a swoosh, he went out of the window. He disappeared into the night. He was extremely careful when he came. He had already confirmed that there were no other experts here. Things went very smoothly. He succeeded the moment he arrived. It seemed that the Chu Yang mentioned by the Sangong was really stupid to such an extent. This time, Yi Shifeng would not be able to escape unscathed. After he left, a slender figure appeared. It was Zi Xiecheng. Chapter 1024. At this moment, in a quiet and elegant tavern, Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue were sitting at the head of the table. Sitting opposite them was the second grandmaster of the Lan clan, Lan Muxue. Today, they suddenly received Lan Muxue's invitation for a meal. The Moon Breeze couple couldn't reject it and had to give him face. Among the people from the big clans, only Lan Muxue had the face to invite them. The others really couldn't invite the Moon Breeze couple. It wasn't that this thousands of miles of ice and snow was so awesome that the Moon Breeze couple had to give face to him. It was just that Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro owed the Lan clan a big favor. Wu Qianqian, the disciple with the demonic body that both of them were very satisfied with, was recommended to them by the Lan clan. To the two of them, this favor was very heavy. Therefore, when Lan Muxue invited them this time, Book 7 Chapter 303, Exposing Evil Schemes, although Feng and Yu were reluctant, they still came. "Senior Yu, please drink this cup. I have a few words from the bottom of my heart that I would like to tell you." Lan Muxue raised his cup respectfully. "Oh." Yu Lingxue looked at him and said, "What words do you have that you have to drink before speaking?" Lan Muxue felt awkward and thought, drinking this cup before speaking is just a kind of etiquette on the table. People say that it's easier to speak when one is drunk. Why is this supreme martial artist so serious? He had no choice but to say, "Since that's the case, I'll drink first and say a few words from the bottom of my heart to give you courage." Yu Lingxue said lightly, "Just speak. Why do you need to drink to give you courage?" Lan Muxue's cup was already in the air. When he heard this, he was stunned again. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you have something to say, just say it." Feng Yuro frowned and said, "Muxue, You also know the relationship between the Lan clan and us. There's no need to do this. Lan Mushue forced a smile and finally finished his cup. He said, then I'll be bold and say it directly. He sighed and said, I think that the two of you are so detached from the law enforcement officers. It's really unwise. Unwise? Yu Lingxue raised his eyebrows. Part 7, Chapter 303, Exposing a Treacherous Plot, Yes. Lan Mushue raised his eyebrows and said, Are you saying that changing the pattern of the heavens for 10,000 years and the rules set by our ancestors is wisdom? But the Calamity Sword Master is a void after all. Lan Mushue pondered and finally retorted. Nothingness? Yu Lingxue chuckled. And it is said that the previous masters of the Calamity Sword are all of terrible characters. Lan Mushue said, Senior, it is too unfair for you to work for such people. So what? Yu Lingxue was unmoved. His expression was cold. He said, Back then, on the first day I became a law enforcer, I was already at the law enforcement steel. Stabbing the heart, the back, the pit of the stomach, the palm of the hand, the soles of the foot, with the blood of the 7 hearts, I swear a venomous oath. For the rest of his life, he was a law enforcer. Impartial, and incorruptible. To ensure the peace of the heaven, and to assist the Calamity Sword Master in unifying the heaven at a certain time. I will always remember the oath in front of the law enforcement tablet. Even though the Calamity Sword Master's character is not good, he has never harmed the world. Instead, he used his own strength to unify the heaven, sacrificing his own life and that of his brother to become the foundation of the heaven. What right do you have to say that their character is not good? The establishment of the heaven is a scene of blood. So, it requires the unity of the heavens and the 10 hearts to be united, and the vitality to be soaring to the sky to resolve the crisis of the heaven. And this unity of the heavens and the earth is the great calamity of your big clans. Every brother of the Calamity Sword Master corresponds to one of your big clans. Once the brothers of the Calamity Sword Master appear, it is a sign of the destruction of the big clans of the older generation. Then, it becomes the blood of the heavens and nourishes the heaven. What other complaints do you have? You must know that this is your elder ancestor. He became the tribulation of others, turning tens of thousands of people of other clans into the blood of the heavens. That is why your clans have been prosperous for 10,000 years. Now, your clans are destroyed by another tribulation and turned into the power of the heavens. Isn't it reasonable? You must know that if the Calamity Sword Master dies, this continent will collapse. The tragedy of 100,000 years ago will repeat itself. By then, your clan will also cease to exist. Yu Lingxue finished in one breath. He straightened his body and looked at Lan Mushue. I would like to give you a piece of advice. Mushue, seeing that your junior Meixian has recommended a satisfactory brother to me, I advise you not to participate in the battle against the Calamity Sword Master. Take a step back. Although more than half of your clan will be killed or injured because of this, your entire clan will not be destroyed. As long as the bloodline is still there, your Lan clan will have a chance to rise again. His eyes were burning. The Dharma Supreme wants to destroy the Calamity Sword Master. This is going against the heavens. Even if he really succeeds, with the death of the Calamity Sword Master, without the power of the tribulation and the vitality of billions of dead souls, this heaven continent will not live for long. Lan Mushue sighed and said, Elder, I am already in a difficult position. Yu Lingxue said sharply, What difficult position? It is just that you can't give up the glory and wealth that you have already obtained. Don't you know that your Lan clan must have kept a few ancient books from 100,000 years ago? Do you know the most common sentence in the ancient books? That sentence? Lan Mushue asked doubtfully. History is but a dream. The heavenly talents will only last for 1,000 years. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, 100,000 years ago, the most powerful clan in the heaven continent and the clan that lasted the longest was the Heavenly Talents clan. They only lasted for 1,000 years. Other than that, no other clan could last for a longer period of time. But when it comes to the Heavenly Talents clan, every clan lasted for 10,000 years. Have you ever thought about the reason for this? Which clan can last for 10,000 years? Are you all so awesome? Not squandering even after 10,000 years. You must know that a poor person can't last for 5 generations, and a rich person can't last for 3 generations. 10,000 years. Why? Isn't it because they want to turn you all into the power of the blood that nourishes the heavens? That's why they use the luck of the heavens to add to the big clans. Otherwise, you all would have long been wiped out in the long river of history. How can you all survive for 10,000 years? You are still not satisfied? Yu Lingxue asked coldly. You still want to go against the will of the heavens. Do you know that the more you resist, the more your Lan clan will be completely destroyed? In the end, I'm afraid there will be no survivors and your bloodline will be wiped out. Lan Muxue let out a long sigh and lowered his head. His face was full of bitterness. He said, I know all these that Senior has said. However, for 10,000 years, everyone in the big clans knows about these. But who doesn't have the thought of being lucky? If they can survive and maintain their current glory, who would be willing to be enemies with their brothers who have been on par with them for 10,000 years? Every clan has gone through 10,000 years of hard work to develop to today's situation. 10,000 years of hard work and generations of wisdom. How can we be willing to be destroyed? Yu Lingxue sighed. If that's the case, then there's really nothing to say. If the Tribulation's Sword Master appears, we and the Lan clan, I'm afraid we'll be on the opposite side. By then, it'll be really awkward. Lan Muxue sighed too. At this point, Yu Lingxue, who had always been cold and taciturn, made an exception to say so much. Every word was sincere advice. How could Lan Muxue not know? But Lan Muxue would definitely not agree. Lan Muxue felt a little guilty. Although Yu Lingxue would definitely be on the opposite side in the future, he was talking to him now. But the reason why he asked them out was to plot against their only and most beloved disciple. He couldn't help but feel very uncomfortable in his heart. The three of them ate in silence for a while. Lan Muxue finally asked tentatively, I wonder if Master Yu's disciple Wu Xian has a husband now? Feng Yuro suddenly raised her head and looked at him. She snorted lightly. Lan Muxue, you want to be a matchmaker? Lan Muxue laughed and said, That's right. I have a descendant. Regardless of character, martial arts cultivation, intelligence, and temperament. They're all. Say no more. Yu Lingxue didn't wait for him to finish and had already waved his hand to interrupt him. He said, How can the few of you from the Lan clan be worthy of our disciple? A hint of hidden anger flashed across Lan Muxue's eyes. Who do you think your disciple is? Our Lan clan is actually not worthy. At this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly came from the outside. Good mood, good mood. Venerable Feng, and you are indeed worthy of being Venerable Feng and you. Even their own disciple was taken away by someone. The couple is still here indulging in wine and women. The three of them changed their expressions at the same time. I'll go back and take a look. Yu Lingxue made a prompt decision. He stood up and went out through the window. In a flash, he disappeared. Only Feng Yuro was left here, because both husband and wife could tell who the person was. Perhaps in this world, anyone could lie to them, but this person definitely didn't need to lie to them, because she didn't need to use her full strength at all. She could easily kill them. In front of such a huge gap in strength, why would she lie to them? Lan Muxue shouted in a deep voice, Who is it? Stand out for this old man. His heart was already beating like a drum. Yu Lingxue left immediately after this person spoke. Was it because he trusted this person, or was he overly concerned about his disciple? Yu Lingxue went back so early. Did the clan's plan succeed? Could it be? He tried to use his divine senses to search for the person who spoke, but to his horror, he realized that his divine senses were like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. You don't need to know who I am, that person said coldly. The voice seemed to be right beside his ear. Feng Yuro, you're really patient. The grandson of this old thing in front of you has already gone to harm your brother. All kinds of indecent methods such as knockout drugs, aphrodisiacs, and framing others have all been used. Now, your disciple has already confessed. Yet, you're still in the mood to sit and drink with him. Chapter 1025. Everyone from both sides gritted their teeth, their faces ferocious as they shouted, "Fight to the death." Both sides did not wish for any undue delay in this battle. Hence, right from the start, the battle had already reached its climax. In an instant, the entire peaceful Jade Lake was shaking violently. Strong and ferocious forces collided with each other continuously, causing the forces to scatter in all directions. The water of peaceful Jade Lake surged up to a height of a few hundred feet before it was forcefully pressed down and smashed onto the ground, scattering out of the lake shore. The ground shook violently and the entire abode jumped up as if there was an earthquake, then fell down heavily. Such a sturdy house was swaying left and right energetically as if it was a disco dance. Just one contact, and there were already people from both sides who were injured. Everyone's eyes were red from the start. The Long clan's daughter wanted to rescue Wu Qianqian earlier and frame the Yi clan as the scapegoat so that elders Feng and you would find trouble with them. Then, the Long clan would successfully settle their own matters and make a fortune. It was undeniable that even if Yi Di was here, he could only retreat and escape from the rage of elders Feng and Yu. As long as the Yi clan, the most competitive clan, withdrew, the Long clan's matter would be more than 80% settled. And regarding this matter, the Elder Master did not know how long he could delay elders Feng and Yu. Once Elder Master Feng and Yu suddenly came and caught them red-handed, the Yi clan would have a chance to explain themselves. That would be bad. Hence, everyone went all out from the start. As for the Yi clan, they felt wronged and depressed. They were also driven by the other party's desperation and had no choice but to resist with all their might. No matter what, they had to hold on until the Elder Master returned. Otherwise, they would definitely be the scapegoat. The rage of elders Feng and Yu was not something that the Yi clan members here could withstand. In an instant, everyone in the Yi clan fought with all their might. Once they were framed, they would be killed by elders Feng and Yu. There was no doubt about this. Rather than being killed by Elder Master Feng and Yu, they would rather perish together with this bunch of bastards who framed them. Thinking of this, everyone fought even harder. Everyone shouted loudly, shaking the heavens and earth. Everyone's eyes were red and their faces were ferocious. Screams, sounds of collisions, sounds of weapons clashing, curses, roars. The noise was so loud that it became a mess. Almost everyone in Tianji City woke up from their dreams with a start. Every single one of them was trembling in fear. The entire Tianji City seemed to be shaking. In an instant, the end of the world had arrived. Yi Shifeng stayed in the hall and felt his palms sweating. He muttered, "Where is the Elder Master? Where is our ancestor?" It was obvious that the Long clan had come prepared this time, whereas the Yi clan had hastily accepted the challenge. The winner was obvious. At this moment, the only thing that could turn the tide was Yi Di's sudden appearance. No one else seemed to have such strength. Elder Master has gone to the Dharma Supreme to discuss some matters. Behind Yi Shifeng, Yi Shiyu quietly appeared and replied, "What should we do now? Elder is not around. We can't stop them." Yi Shifeng said anxiously, "If the person is snatched away, the Yi clan will be in trouble. With the tempers of elders Feng and Yu, how could they suffer such a loss for no reason? If that happens, our Yi clan will really have yellow mud falling into our pants. Even if it's not shit, it will still be shit. What exactly is going on?" Yi Shiyu frowned and asked. At this moment, not only did Yi Shiyu lose his usual demeanor, he even displayed a calmness and magnanimity that Yi Shifeng definitely did not have. Calm in the face of change. However, Yi Shifeng was now in a state of panic. How could he still care about this? He anxiously explained the matter to Yi Shiyu as fast as he could. "What?" Yi Shiyu looked at his brother in shock. "This information was given to you by Chu Yang?" He had a look of disbelief on his face. "What's wrong with that?" Yi Shifeng said irritably, "I bought it with real money." "You pig." Yi Shiyu finally raged. "Even if you believe a pig, don't believe Chu Yang. What are you thinking? You actually think that he is easy to bully, to tempt and bribe? Are you crazy? Even if you want to look for Lan Changa directly, it would be smarter than looking for Chu Yang. What's wrong? You seem to know something?" Yi Shifeng was stunned and suddenly said angrily, "You knew but you didn't tell me? You just watched as I stepped into a trap? There was a loud explosion outside. It was unknown what kind of weapon had collided with each other. At this moment, there was an explosion of intense white light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth as if it was daytime. Under the illumination of the white light, Yi Shiyu could clearly see that Yi Shifeng's face, under the illumination of the white light, resembled a ferocious and dangerous beast that was about to devour its prey. Blood streaks appeared at the corners of Yi Shifeng's eyes as he glared fiercely at Yi Shifeng. Yi Shiyu's heart turned cold. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Tell you? Have you told me what you were doing? How would I know what you were going to do? How would I tell you? Yi Shiyu said angrily. Then tell me now, what exactly is the problem that I am looking for Chuyang for? Yi Shifeng was slightly guilty. Why are you so stupid? Have you forgotten that day when you left Shuiyu restaurant? You sent Yi Kong and Yi Yun to kill Chuyang? Have you forgotten? Yi Kong and Yi Yun are dead, but Chuyang is still alive. Yi Kong and Yi Yun were killed after they were forced to confess. Yi Shiyu was almost roaring. In other words, that person already knew their motive and the mastermind behind it. That was why he killed them. Do you understand if I put it this way? Yi Shifeng finally turned pale with fright. You are saying that the person who killed Yi Kong and Yi Yun is Chuyang? He then shook his head violently. This is impossible. Chu Yang's cultivation level can be seen at a glance. He is obviously a first-grade martial monarch. Although he can be considered a genius, how could he have the ability to kill an 8th-grade martial monarch? If Chuyang can't do it, why can't others? Can Chu Yang's helpers do it? Have you seen Chuyang with helpers? You haven't, right? I haven't seen it either. But Chuyang definitely wouldn't dare to come to Tianji City alone. Along the way, he has killed countless playboys. How can a first-grade martial monarch do it? Without an expert accompanying him? Can he? Can't you use your brain for a bit? Yi Shiyu was speechless. He said furiously, also, that day at Shuiyu restaurant, when Chuyang mentioned that Wu Xian was injured, you were there too, right? Why did you give in? Didn't Chuyang have something on you? If he knew that those two people were from the Yi clan, wouldn't he know that you were the one who sent them? Why are you so foolish? Yi Shifeng was dumbstruck. He was so depressed that he wanted to hang himself. Yes, I should have thought of it earlier. Also, Wu Xian was injured that night. Furthermore, it was Yi Kong and Yi Yun who fought. Why? Could it be that she was on the same path as Chuyang? In other words, behind Chuyang are the elders Feng and you? That day, was it a trap? Is it possible? You have such a huge feud with Chuyang, yet you still tried to bribe him and buy information from him. I really don't know what to say about you. TSK, if he didn't trick you, who else would he trick? Yi Shiyu stomped his feet and sighed heavily. So it's like this. Yi Shifeng mumbled. Suddenly, his gaze became ferocious. He grabbed Yi Shiyu's collar and gritted his teeth. You knew it earlier, but you didn't say anything. You purposely wanted to drag me down, right? Isn't that right? Yi Shiyu allowed his collar to be grabbed by Yi Shifeng. However, he did not get angry and did not struggle. He only looked at Yi Shifeng with a pair of sorrowful eyes. His eyes were filled with despair. Even though he knew that it was useless, he still explained, I only suspected these things. I didn't dare to say it because I was afraid that you would create more trouble for Chuyang. Did you realize that I have been avoiding him all this while? I have been telling you not to get too close to Chuyang. As for the last few points, I only thought of them after I found out about what you did. Yi Shiyu said sorrowfully and dishearteningly. TSK. Yi Shifeng, what a talent. Yi Shifeng looked up to the sky and laughed. His rough face was filled with anger and malevolence. You have been pretending to be a transvestite for so many years. Who would have thought that you, third Master Yi, would be able to trick your own brother with such ease and familiarity? You have been looking forward to this plan for a long time, right? Ha ha ha. The sorrow in Yi Shiyu's eyes deepened. However, he bit his lips and did not say anything. He knew that with Yi Shifeng's current mental state, it was useless to say anything. In fact, what he had just said and explained was completely unnecessary. Yi Shifeng was close to madness. Outside, saber light, sword chi, and lightning flashed unceasingly. Miserable screams and the sounds of battle rose and fell one after another. However, the two brothers in the hall did not care. Each of them stared fixedly at the other. Both of their eyes were filled with fury. However, Yi Shifeng's rage was fueled by despair, coupled with a deep hatred towards Yi Shiyu. However, although Yi Shiyu's face was also filled with rage, there was also a sense of sadness in it. That was complete despair towards kinship. Kinship was ultimately not as attractive as power. That was his second brother, his biological brother, brothers from the same mother. And now, he was treating him so unreasonably. The two of them stared at each other like fighting cocks. At this moment, there was another earth-shattering sound outside. A majestic voice shouted, "Rush in, get that person out of there. This person, we want him." Both sides who were still fighting were shocked. The people who came were from the Shao clan. Furthermore, it was obvious that they were well prepared. More than 100 people rushed over as fast as lightning. The people from the Long clan and Yi clan, who bore the brunt of the impact, were swaying left and right. Chapter 10:26. When the Shao clan heard that, they realized that the Long clan was actually asking the Yi clan for the person. Therefore, everyone in the Shao clan was shocked. So this person had already landed in the hands of the Yi clan? The Yi clan was really impressive. They actually managed to get the person from the Zhuge clan's base camp without anyone knowing. Damn it. If the elders hadn't bought that piece of news, they would probably have been kept in the dark. The heavens are really fair, allowing us to obtain such crucial news at such a crucial moment. Seeing how intense the battle between the Yi clan and the Long clan was, the Shao clan could take advantage of it. With a command, the Shao clan rushed over fiercely. If the person was still in the Zhuge clan's secret prison, this matter would probably take a lot of effort. But since the person was already in the hands of the Yi clan, it was under their nose. It was rare for the Long clan to make a move now. The battle was so intense that the Yi clan had already expended a lot of their battle power. If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Once Yi returned, everything would be troublesome. Therefore, the people of the Shao clan shouted and rushed over impatiently. Instantly, the battle became even more intense. The three parties fought against each other, no one giving in to the other. Everyone's eyes were red. Long clan. This is an opportunity that belongs to the Long clan. Whoever gets Wu Qianqian will gain the friendship of Elders Feng and you. How can we give up such a good opportunity? So, fight. Yi clan. No matter who gets her, we will be the scapegoat. No matter what, we must protect Wu Qianqian from being snatched away. So, the only way is to kill. Shao clan. With the Divine Tribe Elder, the Shao clan can enjoy the huge resources of the 3 Stars Divine Tribe. Their strength will be much higher than the other 8 clans. This is a heaven-defying opportunity. How can we let it go? The treasures of 3 clans. So fight. The 3 clans each had their own ideas, their own plans, their own ulterior motives, and their own blood-soaked battles. How could this situation be so chaotic? The battle became more and more intense. There was definitely more than one clan that had the same idea as the Shao clan. Another long laugh sounded. How lively! The Ling clan shall join in the fun too. Charge! Get the person out. Then, under the night sky, a snow-white robe with a silver longsword appeared. It was as if an ancient glacier had descended upon the world. It flew over like a shooting star, and in just an instant, it had joined the battle. Shwa shwa shwa, the hissing sounds of sword chi could be heard. The people from the Ling family had also come. The Ling clan had the same thoughts as the Shao clan. Seeing that the Shao clan had made a move, they were afraid that the Shao clan would take advantage of them. The leader was also a decisive person. He made a prompt decision and joined the battle. Then, he roared, "How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Charge in and get him out." Then, he roared, "Haha, how lively." However, the person must be from the Shi clan. The Shi family also came. After a short while, another figure appeared. With such a great situation, how can the Li clan be willing to be left out? At the same time, another loud shout rang out, "Our Qin family is here too." The chaos of the scene was already indescribable. The 8 superclans were fighting fiercely here. All the people participating in the battle could no longer tell who their opponents were. In any case, as long as they were not wearing the same clothes as themselves, they would go up and fight. One moment, they were fighting with the Shao clan. The next moment, they were fighting with the Ling clan. The next moment, they were facing the sword of the Ling clan. The chaos of the battle was simply indescribable. As the ground continued to shake, countless houses collapsed with a rumble. Countless people climbed out of the ruins in a sorry state, trembling as they stood. They could still feel the shaking under their feet. Who knew when the ground would suddenly protrude out of nowhere and lift them up into the air? Who knew when a huge pit would suddenly appear in the ground and they would fall into it? If it was a martial artist, it would be fine. But ordinary people would be in big trouble. At this point, only the Chen clan, Shao clan, Shi clan, Ling clan, Cheng clan, Li clan, and other clans that came later were left. The goal of this clan was clear: to get the elder of the 3 stars divine clan. And they were determined to get it. As for the Yi clan and Lan clan, who were the first to get involved in the battle, besides being furious, they could not help but feel strange and aggrieved. We are snatching Wu Xian. What are you snatching? What does this have to do with you few clans? Damn it. Why are you here to join in the fun? When did this kind of news become so common? A figure in a long linen robe came from afar. From afar, a voice that was close to vomiting blood could be heard. What's going on? What's going on? I say, why are you guys fighting in our Zhuge clan? You bunch of bastards. You're really going to anger me to death. The people of the Zhuge clan had come. The leader was, of course, the second grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu. This old man was already so angry that he was foaming at the mouth anxiously. He could not help but be anxious. If they continued fighting, the Zhuge clan would be destroyed. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Zhuge Hutu opened his arms and shouted like a thunderbolt. But they were all from big clans and were used to being domineering. Who cared about who? Do I have to stop fighting just because you say so? How shameful would that be? Besides, each clan had already lost people and seen blood. The Yi clan and Lan clan had the most casualties. Dozens of people from each clan had already died, and most of them were martial saint experts. Such experts had great potential, but in today's battle, so many of them had died here. This was simply a great feud. Yi clan and Lan clan even had first and second grade supreme martial artists who were seriously injured. Everyone was already enraged. How could Zhuge Hutu persuade them? Zhuge Hutu persuaded this and that. He was so anxious that his hands were shaking crazily like chicken claws, but it was completely useless. In the end, Zhuge Hutu was also anxious. In a flash, he entered the battle circle. He grabbed one and threw him out. He grabbed another and threw him out again. He didn't dare to kill, but he dared to grab people. He reached out and grabbed, and the person he grabbed lost all resistance. Then, he was flung away, flailing his arms and legs. The people of the Zhuge clan at the periphery were catching them. One after another came out. They did not dare to enter. Once they entered, the big clans would definitely be in a mess. At such a delicate moment, who would believe that they were only here to stop the fight? Maybe the Zhuge clan was here to take advantage of the situation? At the same time, the people of the Chen clan, Li clan, and Shi clan were all secretly happy. These Zhuge clan idiots, they actually did not know that the person they were guarding had already been lost. Hence, everyone was even more unwilling to say anything. They were secretly making a fortune. Zhuge Shanyun was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He was still confused. Why were these people fighting? Listening to their conversation, it seemed like they were snatching people, but this was even more strange, because it seemed like the only person who could make them fight was that elder of the divine clan. But that elder was still in the secret prison of his clan. He had just gone to take a look in the afternoon. That place was not only extremely secretive, but also heavily guarded. It would definitely not be stolen out. Then, who were they snatching? Who was worthy of such a fight? No one noticed that amidst the chaos, a black figure had stepped into the battle in an extremely faintly discernible manner. In this chaotic place, he wandered and drifted, just like a group of formless ghosts. This person's face was cold, His eyes were sharp and his figure was thin. He looked no different from the ordinary people of the martial world. While everyone's eyes were red from the killing, this person's eyes were extremely calm. In a place filled with dust, it was as if he was strolling in the clouds, free and easy. He was like an extremely dangerous cobra, calmly looking for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. The chance was here. Finally, the black shadow flashed and turned into a residual shadow. With a swoosh, the Shao clan master who bought the information from Chu Yong was stabbed in the back. With a loud roar, he fell forward in disbelief. Fifth young master. Someone at the side roared loudly. He stared at the black-clothed man with eyes that were about to split open. Then, he shouted with blood dripping from every word. Yi clan's people. That person snorted. Are all people in black from the Yi clan? Ridiculous. You're still denying it. I'll kill you. This expert of the Shao clan rushed over angrily. In such a fierce battle, although everyone was crazy, they still knew what to do. Fighting and killing were fine, but they could never kill the important figures of the other party. For example, the young disciples who came to participate in the medicine banquet to gain experience. So, although the few young masters were in a fight, they were still safe and sound. But no one expected that this person in black from the Yi clan would make the first move and kill the young master of the Shao clan. This enmity was really big. In addition, the Yi clan and the Shao clan had a deep feud to begin with. In the incident in the southeast, both sides lost many people. Everyone had a knot in their hearts. Now that such a thing happened, how could they hold back their emotions? Instantly, both clans went crazy. The Shao clan went crazy first, and the Yi clan had no choice but to follow suit. The battle became more and more brutal. When the black-clothed man saw the expert of the Shao clan rushing over, his body flashed, and he quickly retreated, dodging the blade and sword shadows. His body twisted a few times, and like a fish swimming in water, he skillfully dodged the countless blades, swords, fists, and palms that were coming at him from all directions. He almost brushed past the blade and the tip of the sword, but he was still a step too late. With a chi sound, his lapel was torn apart by a sword. Although his bones and muscles were not injured, with a pa sound, a token fell down. Aya! He screamed and wanted to pick up the waste token, but the people of the Shao clan had already surrounded him. If he bent down, he would be chopped into minced meat in an instant. Helpless, he could only dodge. With a swoosh, he flashed into the hall of the Yi clan. A Shao clan expert picked up the waste token with the tip of his sword. A few words were carved on it. #1 clan in the world. Behind it was a name, Yi Chenglong, the unique waste token of the Yi clan. This waste token was the symbol of the Yi clan's power. Chapter 10:27. They are indeed from the Yi clan. The Yi clan killed our fifth young master. The expert from the Shao clan cried out in grief. Bullshit. What do you mean by our Yi clan did it? Your fifth young master has been right in front of my eyes for a few times. If you wanted to kill him, you would have done so long ago. An elder from the Yi clan retorted. Fifth young master is already dead. He died right in front of your eyes. He died in the hands of your people. How dare the Yi clan deny it? Yi clan, what kind of heroes are you if you don't dare to admit what you have done? The 4 or 5 saint-level experts of the Shao clan cried out in grief and indignation as they followed closely behind the black-robed man. They did not even care about the swords on their bodies as they followed the black-robed man into the main hall of peaceful Jade Lake. At this moment, in the hall, Yi Shiyu had already broken free from Yi Shifeng. The two brothers glared at each other angrily. They were about to fight. Suddenly, a black figure rushed in. The two of them turned around at the same time. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be from the Shao clan. Just as he was about to ask, he saw that person panicking. With a schwa sound, he hid behind a screen. At the same time, he shouted, Young masters, quickly leave. The Shao clan's people are rushing in. The two of them were shocked. Yi Shiyu was the quickest to react. He jumped out of the window and entered the battlefield. Yi Shifeng hesitated for a while and said, What happened? How dare the Shao clan rush in? This is just a fight over one person. How could? Before he finished his sentence, 4 or 5 martial saints from the Shao clan had rushed in. They broke through the wall with their bodies. Smoke and dust filled the air. They came in from 3 directions at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the man in black had disappeared. Only the second young master of the Yi clan, Yi Shifeng, was left in the hall. Suddenly, a thought came to their mind. Since you killed our young master, we will kill your young master too. After all, we are the personal bodyguards of the 5th young master. If the 5th young master dies, we will not be able to live either. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is a win. At this moment, a few people from the Yi clan who knew that things were not going well had rushed in as well. A few people from the Shao clan looked at each other. Without hesitation, they laughed sinisterly and attacked Yi Shifeng at the same time. They attacked with swords, sabers, fists, and palms. They did not even try to dodge the swords, sabers, fists, and palms. The few Yi clan members who had rushed over from behind were furious. At the same time, he roared, "Don't!" He rushed forward with no regard for his life, but it was already too late. Yi Shifeng roared, "How dare you!" But before he could finish speaking, he was struck. These people were all 5th grade martial saints and above. How great was the power of their combined attack! Yi Shifeng only managed to utter 3 words before he was attacked by the 5 of them. With a loud bang, his entire body collapsed. Disbelief and disbelief flashed in his eyes as he slowly collapsed. Even in death, he refused to believe that the Shao clan actually dared to kill him. He had killed him, the direct descendant of the Yi clan, the 2nd-ranked duke. Were they not afraid that the 2 families would fight to the death? One of the Shao clan's experts sneered. He slashed Yi Shifeng's corpse into 2 halves and said ferociously, "I don't dare." Another slash. "I don't dare. Fuck you." Behind him, a few of the Yi clan's experts had already rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. More than 10 of them were fighting in the hall. The Shao clan's people were already at the end of their rope. They were at a disadvantage, but they were not afraid. They fought fiercely and fought to the death. Outside, one of the experts from the Yi clan who was about to rush in saw Yi Shifeng's head rolling on the ground. He could not help but yell in fear. Not good. Second young master has been killed by the Shao clan. This roar was like thunder that came out of nowhere. The Yi clan's people were in a mess and became even more frenzied. An old roar could be heard and a figure flew out from peaceful Jade Lake. It was the Yi clan's expert, the one who had warned Yi Shifeng previously. He did not participate in the fight because of his status. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, his favorite great-grandson would die. How could he not be angry? "Shao clan, you've gone too far." He roared and rushed into the battle. He raised his hand and smashed the head of a martial sage from the Shao clan. He roared, "You're forcing me to kill. Start a massacre? You're not worthy. One of your great-grandsons is dead. One of my great-grandsons is dead too. You actually got angry first? Very good, haha, very good." The people of the Yi clan are indeed unreasonable. A sinister laughter could be heard, and a green figure appeared in front of him. His eyes were filled with disdain. The 2 old ancestors roared and started to fight with each other. The Shao clan and Yi clan's people were completely crazy. The atmosphere was boiling, and they started to kill each other. In an instant, the battle cries filled the air. From afar, a few figures flew over anxiously from different directions. In the hall of the Yi clan, a hole appeared on the wall behind the screen. The man in black who was originally hiding there had disappeared without a trace. Only a few people from the Shao clan and Yi clan were left fighting. The black figure flashed like a ghost and quickly came to the door of Yi Shifeng's room. He knocked on the door and said in a low voice, "The situation outside is not good. The elders said to bring this girl away first. Otherwise, it will be really bad." Inside, there were 2 4th-grade martial saints guarding Wu Qianqian. The 2 of them were already flustered when they heard the battle cries outside. At this moment, when they heard this voice, it was as if they had just woken up from a dream. It was as if they had found their backbone. Under such circumstances, how could they have the time to distinguish whether this news was true or false? They walked towards the bed. They wanted to carry Wu Qianqian and leave with the person who came. The two of them had already checked before this. This Wu Xian was indeed under the influence of the drug. Although she was conscious now, she did not have the strength to move at all. Therefore, she was not prepared at all. Just as they walked to the bed, they saw Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly open. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Then, the blanket covering Wu Qianqian suddenly broke into pieces. The next moment, Wu Qianqian's hand lit up with a dazzling saber radiance. She slashed out at lightning speed and ruthlessly slashed the necks of the two martial saints who were close to her. The two of them were already flustered and unprepared. Who would have thought that this Wu Xian, who was under the influence of the drug and had been lying motionless like a fish on a chopping block, would suddenly attack? The saber radiance suddenly appeared, and they were instantly hit. The person on the left did not even have time to make a sound before his head flew out. It was only when his head hit the ceiling that he subconsciously put his hands into a defensive position. The person on the right reacted faster. In the face of danger, he tilted his head. He actually clamped the blade of the saber tightly. However, the saber had already sliced off 1/3 of his neck. Then, Wu Qianqian's two legs flew up consecutively. Pong, pong, pong. She consecutively kicked his chest more than 10 times. The last kick was ruthlessly on his chin. He actually let out a loud roar and staggered backwards. A pillar of blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. He spat out blood crazily, but he actually did not die immediately. The room door suddenly opened. A black figure flew in like a flash of lightning. This person could no longer speak. His vision was blurry. When he saw the black figure, he thought that it was one of them. He covered his neck with both hands. He pointed at Wu Qianqian. She. That person laughed coldly and his sword flashed. He ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. Then, he swung his sword. A human head flew into the air. Then, the black figure pulled Wu Qianqian's hand. Let's go quickly. Your teacher is coming. Wu Qianqian smiled slightly. Her face revealed a satisfied expression. She took out a mask to cover her face and allowed that person to hold her hand. The two of them moved quickly. They went out from the window and quietly arrived at the bottom of the dilapidated wall. The two of them looked at each other and then sped up at the same time. Pong, pong, pong. They knocked down a few experts who were fighting here. The two of them were like a pair of shooting stars, disappearing with a swoosh. This black figure was, of course, Chu Yang. Ever since that night when Yi Shifeng wanted to kill him at Shuiyu restaurant, Chu Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Just because Chu Yang and Yi Shiyu were at loggerheads, or in another way, he actually wanted to take Chu Yang's life. One had to know that Chu Yang would never kill Yi Shiyu at that time. Even in the big clans, he would not personally kill the male offspring of any clan before they were fully grown. That was no different from digging one's own grave. Yi Shifeng was also clear about this point, but Yi Shifeng wanted to take Chu Yang's life at that time. Therefore, no matter what, Chu Yang would not allow him to continue living. If he had to kill, he would kill. Chu Yang was decisive. Chu Yang would never keep a scourge who wanted to kill him by his side. Now that there was such an opportunity, he would definitely get rid of him, no matter what method he used. Now that Yi Shifeng was dead, the Shao clan and the Yi clan had become mortal enemies. Chu Yang naturally had to drag Wu Qianqian along. If Elders Feng and Yu rescued Wu Qianqian, then things would not be fun. Just after Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian left, a white figure came from afar, as fast as the wind. Before the person arrived, a thunderous roar was heard. All of you, stop! This shout was truly earth-shattering and water flowing backward. The roar was filled with endless anger. Everyone who was fighting on the ground felt their ears buzzing and their heads spinning. The buildings within a radius of more than 10 miles all collapsed with a loud boom. Some of the weaker cultivators were even shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. They were almost shaken to death. The person who came was dressed in white, with a handsome face and an elegant figure. He was one of the 5 untouchables, Yu Lingxue. When he received the news, he immediately returned to Jiaxiu Building. After circling around Jiaxiu Building, he immediately came here again. After hurrying, he finally made it in time for the battle. Zhuge Hutu tried his best, but did not succeed in getting everyone to stop. Now that Yu Lingxue roared, Everyone actually stopped in unison. Chapter 10:28. Once Yu Lingxue said this, most of the people present were stunned, especially the Shao clan, Shi clan, and other big clans. They were all stunned. What did this have to do with Yu Lingxue's disciple? Why did Yu Lingxue suddenly ask for a disciple? It couldn't be that the elder of the Three Stars Divine clan was Yu Lingxue's disciple, right? The people of the Yi clan were stunned. In their hearts, Wu Xian was still in their peaceful Jade Lake. Now that the house had collapsed, did she die? The people of the Lan clan were suddenly energized. Lan Changa stepped forward and said, "Senior, the people of the Yi clan used despicable means to kidnap Wu Xian and wanted to do something bad. Coincidentally, the Lan clan saw it. No matter what, the Lan clan has a deep friendship with you. Hence, we acted bravely and chased after them. However, the people of the Yi clan were shameless and held Wu Xian and refused to hand her over. Hence, we fought with them." As Yu Lingxue left first, he didn't know the whole story. He nodded and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, a white figure came from afar. It was Feng Yuro. She arrived with her voice and landed beside Yu Lingxue. She gave Lan Changa a big slap and sent him flying into the air. He spun 50 rounds in the air and didn't fall down. "Rower, what are you?" Yu Lingxue looked at his angry wife. This is the evil plan of the Lan clan. They wanted to kidnap Qianqian first and then force Lan Muxue to hold the two of us back. Then, they framed the Yi clan and snatched Qianqian away. However, they couldn't detoxify the poison. Then, this guy used sexual intercourse to detoxify the poison so that we couldn't blame him. This is all done by the Lan clan. Feng Yuro was trembling with anger. She said hatefully, "This is the people we trusted. This is the friendship between us and the Lan clan. We are really blind." Until she finished speaking, Lan Changa's body fell to the ground with a loud thud and fainted. Yu Lingxue was trembling with anger. His handsome face was also pale with anger. He turned his head suddenly and looked at the people of the Lan clan with a sharp gaze. Is this true? The experts of the Lan clan looked as if they were struck by lightning. They all avoided his gaze. Seeing such a situation, how could Yu Lingxue not understand the truth of the matter? It was the female senior who fought with us that day who told us. How could it be fake? Feng Yuro's words were simply adding fuel to the fire. Yu Lingxue threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with grief and indignation. What a great Lan clan! What a good Lan Muxue! What a great show of affection! Treating us like fools, huh? Good, good, good. When he said the last 3 good, his face was already filled with a murderous aura. Every word was spoken with a pause, and the murderous intent in his voice made one's hair stand on end. The other clans sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that this matter was not that? Instead, it was a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, each of them felt so depressed that they wanted to die. He couldn't help but want to retreat. All of you, stand still. Who moved? Who's going to die? Yu Lingxue's words were like spring thunder as he roared. Immediately, everyone froze on the spot as if they had been hit by the body-fixing technique. Not to mention leaving, he didn't even dare to tremble. What if he trembled and Yu Lingxue thought that he had moved? Wouldn't he die in vain? Yu Lingxue was already unable to restrain his anger. Such a gentle and carefree person actually blurted out the word old. Lan clan, take a step forward. Yi clan, take a step forward. Yu Lingxue's eyes were slightly sharp as he ordered in a low voice. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. This time, it was the Yi clan's turn to feel relieved. Their grievances were finally redressed. At this moment, there was actually a feeling of dispersing the clouds and seeing the clear sky. They took a step forward happily. The Lan clan's people were much more helpless. They took a step forward slowly. Yu Lingxue glared and struck out his palms. Instantly, 2 7th-grade martial saints who were hesitating but didn't step forward were turned into 2 piles of minced meat without even making a sound. Yu Lingxue said coldly, "Too slow." This time, there was almost no need for urging. Everyone from the Lan clan took a big step forward very quickly. Yi clan, Send someone to send my disciple out? Yu Lingxue ordered without turning back. Yes. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan responded excitedly. He instructed a martial saint expert behind him. Quickly go and invite Wu Xian out. Yes. The martial saint expert answered excitedly and ran in like a wisp of smoke. The leading supreme martial artist of the Yi clan turned to Yu Lingxue and said somewhat charmingly, Supreme Yu, ever since Wu Xian was sent to us by the Long clan, we have seen through the Long clan's evil scheme. We have been diligent in taking care of Wu Xian and have never dared to be disrespectful. Now, Wu Xian is still safe and sound. This, I dare to use my life to guarantee to Supreme Yu. Okay. Yu Lingxue nodded slowly. Knowing that his brother was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, the expression on his face didn't soften but became even more severe. Looking at the Long clan, he asked, whose idea was this? The Long clan's people looked at each other. A few of them couldn't help but cast a glance at Lan Chang'e, who was unconscious on the ground. This small one's idea? Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and exerted a suction force. Lan Chang'e's body flew up and landed at his feet. Yu Lingxue gave him a kick. Lan Chang'e gave a horrible shriek and immediately woke up. Once he woke up, he cried out in fear, I'm innocent. Yu Lingxue snorted coldly. He stretched out his finger and tapped on Lan Chang'e's body 3 times. Suddenly, on Lan Chang'e's body, although he was wearing clothes, one could still see that his whole body's muscles suddenly swelled up. Strips of green veins popped out like earthworms and then continued to bulge, roll, and entangle. The highest level of tendon dislocation technique. Lan Chang'e gave a horrible shriek that didn't sound like a human's voice and rolled around. However, after 2 cracking sounds, he opened his mouth and couldn't make any sound. Who did this? Yu Lingxue looked at Lan Chang'e, who was rolling on the ground indifferently, and asked indifferently. A man in green walked out from the Lan clan's camp in a flash and said proudly, I was the one who abducted Wu Xian. The original plan was quite good. Who knew that it was a treacherous scheme to get rid of her? Since the matter has been exposed, I have nothing to say. I will use my life to atone for my sins to Supreme Yu. I hope Supreme Yu will not implicate other people. He said these words very quickly. After he finished, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his hand and slapped his own head. In an instant, his brain juice burst out. His body shook twice and fell to the ground. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Yu Lingxue smiled cruelly and said, Did I let you die? How can it be so easy to die? Come back. Yu Lingxue suddenly shouted. His 2 hands kept making complicated gestures. Everyone could see with their own eyes that in the night sky, a cloud of hazy fog gradually took shape. Slowly, it became a little person the size of a finger. Everyone could see clearly that although the little person formed by the strange fog was small, his face and limbs were all intact. It was the face of the martial saint who had just committed suicide. At this moment, his face was full of horror. Yu Lingxue stretched out his hand and held the little person in his palm. He said indifferently, You actually want to die and reincarnate as a human? Since you have done such a thing, don't talk about being a human. I will make it so that you can't even be a ghost. Suddenly, purple gas appeared on his face. He clenched his 5 fingers and shouted, Destroy both your body and soul. Suddenly, with a soft puff, the little person's body suddenly exploded and turned into a faint fog that drifted in the air. Godly soul. Yu Lingxue actually didn't even let off a dead person. He first condensed the godly soul and then shattered it. It was clear to see how furious he was. At this moment, Lan Chang'e, who was on the ground, didn't even have the strength to roll. Even on his head, a few green veins were bulging, as if a pile of strange lumps had grown on his head. His chin was forcefully torn apart by the green veins, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His tongue was even sticking out, and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. At this time, the Yi clan expert who went into peaceful Jade Lake ran out with a panicked expression. Looking at him, it was obvious that he was panicking to the extreme. This kind of expert actually fell down the stairs with a plop sound. Not good, not good. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of fear and panic. His whole body was also trembling strangely like an epileptic abscess. Wu, Wu, Wu Xian is gone. Gone? The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan, who had been smiling happily as he watched the Lan clan being punished, suddenly froze. Then, he jumped up in anger and said, "How could it be gone? Gone?" Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxue was furious. He grabbed the supreme martial artist of the Yi clan by his collar and dragged him in front of himself. "Bastard! What about your promise? Don't tell me that you enjoyed watching the Lan clan play tricks on us and now you want to play tricks on us too?" No, no, no. I definitely didn't mean that. The supreme martial artist of the Yi clan was scared out of his wits. He saw the anger and anxiety in Yu Lingshue's eyes and knew that Yu Lingxue had reached the point where he could massacre the entire city if he didn't agree with him. He didn't dare to be negligent and explained hurriedly, "Senior Yu, I was still here just now. I was still here." "Oh right. Was it already taken away by the Lan clan?" Yu Lingxue let go of him and kicked Lan Changa's body. Immediately, he released Lan Changa's bone-splitting technique and kicked him up again. Yu Lingxue said angrily, "Where is my disciple?" Lan Changa heaved a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He said, "I really don't know. I really don't know. This really wasn't done by us." He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. Chapter 1029. Since you don't know, then die. Yu Lingxue roared furiously and kicked Lan Changa far away. Lan Changa was torn into pieces in midair and blood rained down on the ground. He yelled furiously, "Everyone who is here today will have a share. If you can't hand over my disciple, don't even think about living. Don't even think about living." Once this sentence came out, the faces of the Shao clan, Shi clan, and Li clan turned ashen. Damn it, they were really cheated this time. Everyone now knew that tonight's matter was completely a huge misunderstanding. In other words, they had been ruthlessly schemed against. Tonight, there was no such thing as divine clan elder. It was completely the Lan clan who kidnapped Yu Lingshue's disciple and framed the Yi clan. They just wanted to reduce one opponent. However, he and the others had stepped into this place in a daze. In the current situation, it was completely impossible for them to retreat. Yu Lingxue was obviously half crazy now. Who dared to move? When they thought about how their own clans had not only created a huge enmity, but also paid the price of the lives of dozens of experts for such a shameful matter that had nothing to do with them, they couldn't help but want to cry but have no tears. What was this? Feng Yuro's light figure had already circled around peaceful Jade Lake like lightning. She came back and shook her head heavily. No. Yu Lingshue's face was gloomy. He only felt that his chest was about to explode. For more than 10,000 years, when had he and his wife ever suffered such humiliation? They were actually played in the palm of someone's hand, and the person who deceived them, framed them, and even wanted to continue using them was actually the Lan clan that both of them thought had a good relationship with them. This was a huge blow to the Moonbreeze couple. It was simply unimaginable. Their beloved disciple was missing. Not knowing her whereabouts made both of them even more furious. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Yu Lingxue had already flown back. In this muffled sound, each of the great clans had already lost one person. Each clan lost an 8th grade martial saint expert. The smell of blood filled the air. Everyone's face was filled with fear as they looked at Yu Lingxue in shock. This one of the 5 great clans that couldn't be provoked had obviously gone berserk. He actually started a massacre just like that. Yu Lingshue's face was gloomy. Standing in the middle of the field, he looked at them one by one with murderous eyes. He said coldly, "I don't care if you are innocent or not. Since you are here today, your purpose is clear. You're just making use of my disciple to force me and my wife. That's all." Yu Lingxue said cruelly, "You and I have never accepted any threats for more than 10,000 years. From now on, for every 3 breaths of time, as long as my disciple doesn't appear, then SSSS, until all. TI, over SSS, TTTTS, TS for 10, ST, T, SSS, question mark, of, of, of you. Himped every time he said a sentence, his tone would become heavier. In the end, his voice and expression were stern. His voice was like thunder, and his words were like lightning that flashed across the sky. A supreme martial artist from the Shao clan said bravely, Master Yu, we really didn't know about this. It's a misunderstanding. We were here to. Yu Lingxue didn't care. He raised 3 fingers and said, 3 breaths, time starts now. As long as my disciple appears, I will only pursue the culprit. If he doesn't, don't blame me for being merciless. He looked up at the sky and roared, 1. He bent 1 finger. There was a commotion in the crowd. Someone couldn't help but shout, who took Wu Xian away? It's better to hand him over quickly. Don't tell me you want everyone to die together? Once this person shouted, everyone agreed with him. At this moment, everyone didn't blame Yu Lingxue that much. If they were Yu Lingxue, they would probably explode even more fiercely than now. Not only was he deceived by someone he trusted, the only brother he was satisfied with was also missing. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone started cursing. Who was so wicked? It's fine if you want to die, but why did you have to drag us down? 2. Yu Lingxue roared angrily again and bent another finger. Master Yu. An elder from the Shao clan said anxiously, Master Yu, you said 3 breaths time. How can 1 breath's time pass so quickly? Master Yu, you're counting too fast. Yu Lingxue said coldly, I'm talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Am I talking about 3 breaths time for supreme martial artists? Then wouldn't I have to wait here with you for 3 months? Where would I get so much free time? Everyone was speechless. So you're talking about 3 breaths time for ordinary people. Supreme martial artists actually calculated time like this. I haven't killed for a long time. Looks like this world has forgotten me. Yu Lingxue laughed loudly and roared, 3. Do it. Feng Euro responded. Wait. A supreme martial artist from the Shi clan shouted, Master Yu, the Dharma Supreme is right here. Will Master Yu leave some face for the Dharma Supreme? Yu Lingxue smiled coldly. Even if the Dharma Supreme is riding on your head now, I'll still kill whoever I want today. Dharma Supreme? Why should I give him face? If others don't give me face, why should others give me face? Kill. Yu Lingxue ordered with hatred. Feng Euro flew up lightly. Suddenly, thousands of rays of sword light shot out from her hand, surging forward like a river. The supreme martial artist who asked to give face to the Dharma Supreme was the first to be killed by Feng Euro. His whole body was minced into meat paste. Then, the other 8 clans also lost a martial saint each. Since you want face, I'll give you face. I'll let you die first. The atmosphere became even heavier. 1. Yu Lingxue raised his right hand and raised 3 fingers again. A cruel smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Everyone was in an uproar. Some people had already started cursing in grief and indignation. Who abducted Wu Xian? Fuck your ancestors. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. How can you not dare to take responsibility for your actions? How can you just let others die for you here? Bastards without assholes. Bastards. Bastards. Hurry up and send Wu Xian out. Hurry up and come out. What's the use of capturing Wu Xian? Master, you will never accept threats. This bastard deserves to be hacked into pieces. Everyone. The people from the Zhuge clan were the most wronged. They were here to maintain order and to stop the fight. They were here to mediate, but they were pulled in unreasonably by Yu Lingxue, who then swiftly dealt them a fatal blow. There was no need to talk about this injustice. The crowd was in an uproar. Although they didn't dare to move, everyone's mouths weren't idle. One by one, they cursed and swore endlessly. 2. The murderous look on Yu Lingxue's face became more and more intense. Hold on. A voice called out. Soon after, a few figures arrived with a whoosh. Acquaintances, Yi Di, Xiao Sei, Shi Jing, Li Xiangxi, Ling Fengyun, Chun Mingqi, Qing Chou. The 7 of them stood in front of his clan at the same time. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Di's face. Master Yu, please calm down and calm down. Let's sort this out later. How about it? Master Yu, please give us some time on account of our clan. Yu Lingxue snorted and put down his hand. Yi Di, since you brought out your ancestors, I'll give you a chance. However, you have to understand one thing. That disciple of mine is a girl. You should know what girls are most afraid of. Yi Di hurriedly said, I know. Senior, don't worry. Murderous intent flashed across Yu Lingshua's eyes. If anything happens to you because of this period of time, I'll slaughter your Yi clan. Do you understand? Yi Di's eyes flashed with anger. He said, Thank you for your time. You only have the time of an incense stick. Yu Lingxue put his hands behind his back and said, After 5 minutes, I want to see the result. If there's no result, there's no need for 3 breaths. Everyone here will be killed without mercy. After that, he walked out of the circle with Feng Yuro. When they were about 7 to 8 feet away, they paid attention to this side. Yi Di and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They hurriedly gathered their own people and quickly discussed and understood the situation. But when these second patriarchs saw their own clansmen dead or wounded, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts ached. These people were the elites of their respective clans. Now, so many of them died here. Now that the Tribulation Sword Master was about to kill his way to the upper 3 heavens, losing such strength was simply an unexpected disaster. Especially Xiao Sei and Yi Di of the Xiao clan. After hearing their subordinate's description, both of them looked up and glanced at each other. This glance was full of meaning. Xiao Sei, your people killed my great-grandson. This is the rising star that our clan nurtured. Yi Di, your people also killed my great-grandson. This is the hope of the younger generation that our clan nurtured. However, it's obviously unwise to settle this score now. Following which, everyone quickly summarized the situation. After this summary, Xiao Sei, Shi Jing, Ling Fengyan, Li Xiangxi, Qin Mengqi, and Qing Chou almost fainted on the spot. If they really fought over the matter of the Saint Race's elders, then it would be excusable. However, the problem was not that. They had been fooled. There was no news at all. They didn't know what the wrong medicine was in their own clans. They actually fought for no reason. Until now, each of the 8 super clans had enmity with the other 7 clans. Besides offending Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, they didn't gain anything other than anger. Even the reason was a joke. In the end, after a round of discussion, everyone came up with a path and a person's name. At this moment, it really entered the ears of these experts. Chu Yang. Chapter 1030. Chu Yang. The news of Yi Shifeng, Meng Se, Xiao clan, Ling clan, and Shi clan were all obtained from Chu Yang. And Chu Yang had been in close contact with the Long clan during this period of time. He drank with the 3rd son of the Long clan, Lan Chang'e, every day. As a result, this led to today's incident. Who was Chu Yang? This name suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Although the upper 3 heavens was big, everyone was well informed. They were all influential figures. So, everyone knew in their hearts that when this Chu guy suddenly popped out of nowhere, when this question was raised, everyone was confused. Who was he? How could he cause such heavy casualties among the big clans? Facing Yi Di's confused gaze, Yi Shiyu thought for a while and finally gave the 7th answer. Chu Yang. I met him during the battle at the Lake of Despair in the upper 3 heavens. He's a very capable and talented rising star. He has nothing and fights with his bare hands, but he can make all the big clans in the upper 3 heavens follow his lead. He is very loyal and affectionate. Furthermore, he is very straightforward and likable. Yi Shiyu's description was full of praises for Chu Yang. This made the other members of the Yi family very confused, and they were also very surprised. This made Yi Di's eyes flash as he listened to him. However, this person is also ruthless. Sometimes, he will do anything to achieve his goals. All in all, if we were to evaluate this person, it would be that he is neither a good nor a bad person. He has his own principles and bottom line. It would be very blissful to be friends with such a person, but to be enemies with such a person, it would be very troublesome. Yi Shiyu smiled bitterly. In the upper 3 heavens, I did not take him seriously. But after coming to the upper 3 heavens, especially after coming to Tianji City, I realized that this person is not simple. For so many years, I have been teasing others. He is the only one who can disgust me. Yi Shiyu said the seventh part. Even in such a heavy atmosphere, people couldn't help but want to laugh. From the upper three heavens? And to be able to create such a huge storm? Then this young man is not simple. Yi pondered and suddenly said, "This Chu Yang. Could it be the Tribulation Sword Master?" Yi Shiyu frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "I don't think so. According to my investigation, he had already entered the upper three heavens when Tribulation Sword Master caused the phenomenon in the sky." Yi replied with an "oh" and said, "Capture this Chu Yang when you have time." Let me see. The same question was repeated in the other big families, and the answers were mixed. Ming Se said, "I was the one who went to look for Chu Yang. He was in the Orchard Palace. Although Dream Se knew that he had been tricked, he had nothing to say about it." The other families also said the same thing. Who would dare to lie to the old ancestor? Naturally, he repeated what Chu Yang had told him. Hearing this, all the ancestors frowned deeply. Ching Cho said angrily, "If that's the case, you can't blame him." What he said was, "The Lan clan will definitely make a move tonight. And you, who went to scout for information, didn't even ask what kind of operation it was? Why did you fall in head first?" Everyone looked ashamed. They felt so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Yes, the Lan family would take action. Why did the Lan family take action? Why did they come? Wasn't it because of that elder of the divine clan? Therefore, everyone naturally thought that the Lan family must have initiated such an operation to snatch the elder of the divine clan. Naturally, everyone followed suit. Who would have thought that this operation wasn't that operation? At such a critical juncture, the Lan family actually came up with such an operation. Therefore, everyone followed suit. Therefore, everyone fell into the trap together. Everyone died together. Everyone felt aggrieved together. Everyone was wronged together. This meant that they couldn't take revenge even though they had been tricked. At the very least, they couldn't take revenge openly. Because what the other party said was the truth. It was just that they had misunderstood. This was a misconception in their thinking. And Chu Yang, he had made use of the preconceived notions of the big families. He had artificially created a misconception in their thinking and made them unable to say anything. Yes, you came to me to ask about the Lan family's operation, and what I gave you was indeed the news of the Lan family's operation. And the Lan family had indeed taken action within the time period that I mentioned. What are you blaming me for? If this matter itself was a conspiracy by the Lan family against the big families, then so be it. Chu Yang could still be considered an accomplice. But the Lan family was only targeting the Yi family, and the current situation was that the Lan family had gone for wool and come home shorn. They were the family that had suffered the most losses. Accomplice? That was even more out of the question. This discovery made the second grandmasters of the big families even more aggrieved and gloomy. Damn it, how could there be such a thing? Shi Jing, who was a little hot-tempered, couldn't help but curse. You bought real news with real money, but you were really tricked. Spending money to buy your own willingness to be tricked. You guys are really something. The second grandmasters who finally knew the truth of the matter looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It would be fine if only one family said so, but it just so happened that all the big families said so. For a moment, there was a doubt. Did Chu Yang deliberately set up a trap? Or did he not know at all? Everyone discussed for a while, and felt that the possibility of it being a trap was close to success, but the possibility of him not knowing was only 40%. No matter what, he couldn't escape. Chu Yang. At this moment, this name was engraved in the minds of all the powerful people. Taking revenge in the open would only make people think that this big family was petty. It was an open deal, but after suffering a loss, they actually wanted to take revenge. It was simply unreasonable. But in the dark, Chu Yang was probably in a lot of trouble. On the other side, Yu Lingxue said impatiently, "Have you all finished discussing? I want my disciple now." Yi Di and the rest hurriedly asked about Wu Qianqian, and the more they heard, the more they felt troubled. What exactly was going on? Why was it getting more and more confusing? Quickly go and find her. The few grandmasters ordered at the same time. Time passed bit by bit, and the people kept coming back, bringing back the same answer. Nothing. Yu Lingxue's brows were tightly knitted. and the murderous look in his eyes became more and more intense. Finally, he let out a long roar. Enough! Are you all done acting? Do you really want to force me to go on a killing spree? At this moment, a faint voice said, Brother, you can't say things like going on a killing spree so casually. The voice was very indifferent, but it was full of supreme majesty. There was a burst of mist in the space in front, and a man in black suddenly appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, his black hair parted, and he looked at everyone with indifference and arrogance. Dharma Supreme? Yu Lingshua's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said indifferently, You want to stop me from going on a killing spree? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, At least, when I'm here. You have to give me some face, okay? Yu Lingshua shook his head slightly and said solemnly, No? No? The Dharma Supreme's eyes were warm. His voice was gentle, but a huge force came from nowhere. He said indifferently, We've known each other for more than 10,000 years. I'm just asking for some face from my old brother, and you're not going to give it? Yu Lingshua shook his head slightly and said, It's indeed not good. He raised his head slightly, his eyes sharp. Looking at the Dharma Supreme, he said softly but firmly, You and I have different paths. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Moon Breeze couple and the Dharma Supreme had finally shed all pretense of cordiality today, not even giving him face. Even more clearly, in front of everyone in the big clans, he said this sentence again. You and I have different paths. This sentence had been said at the city gate back then, but at that time, Yu Lingshua had come to inform them. Before the battle, inform first, and then have a proper battle. This was the rule of the martial world, the greatest respect to one's opponent. So at that time, they didn't think much of it. But now, when the Dharma Supreme asked for some face and said this sentence again, it was a ruthless and merciless falling out. Although Yu Lingshua was angry because of his brother, saying such words and doing such a thing at this moment, undoubtedly, it was a little too much. Murderous intent flashed in the Dharma Supreme's eyes. Then, he put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. However, everyone could clearly sense that the aura of a sovereign that descended from the heavens had become a little more intense. The next moment, just like that, he walked down step by step from the air, as if he was stepping on the stairs. Everyone saw that the Dharma Supreme was still in the air, but the next moment, he was already standing on the ground. However, everyone could clearly feel that the Dharma Supreme was still slowly walking down step by step. The contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness in the same action had an unparalleled visual impact on everyone. Many of the people present were utmost exalted level cultivators. However, even they were mistaken. Yu Lingshua's pupil shrank slightly. He said indifferently, Dharma Supreme, your lawful embodiment of heaven and earth has improved again. The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back. Brother Yu is right. I was lucky to have improved again. Brother Yu, don't tell me that you want to fight with me now? You and your wife are the people I don't want to be enemies with the most in this world. He sighed softly. It's not because of your martial skills, but because of our 10,000 years of friendship. He shook his head, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable elegance, but there was an eerie coldness. I don't want to destroy that friendship. Feng Yuro looked at the Dharma Supreme warily. She moved slightly closer to her husband. In fact, with their cultivations and special cultivation techniques, they could transmit their cultivations to each other even if they were hundreds of feet apart, let alone close to each other. But for some reason, when the Dharma Supreme appeared this time, Feng Yuro actually had a feeling that he could separate her from her husband. She couldn't help but take a step forward. Yu Lingshua was silent for a moment, then he smiled indifferently. Actually, on the day I left Law Enforcement City, you should have known that our friendship is no longer there. Chapter 1031. Yu Lingshua smiled suavely. If the Dharma Supreme insists on stopping me from doing things, then I have such intentions. The Dharma Supreme smiled. Actually, I understand what you mean. Although the Lan clan has offended you this time, you're also using this as a pretext to make a fuss. You want to use this as a reason to destroy my plan of nourishing the heavens in advance. Yu Lingxue was silent for a moment before he said, "You are going against the heavens to nourish the heavens. It will never succeed. The mission of the law enforcement officers for 100,000 years is not something that you alone can change." The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. "Whether it can be done or not depends on your ability." Yu Lingxue said dully, "Yes? Come." The Dharma Supreme did not move, but at this moment, he gave off the feeling that he was 100,000 feet tall, looking down on all living things. He said indifferently, "I invite you and your wife to battle with me. A battle to settle all enmity. A battle to decide the fate of the 7th Division. A battle to be merciless. A battle to decide life and death." Yu Lingxue looked up and laughed. "That's right. A battle to be merciless. A battle to decide life and death. Dharma Supreme, since you want to decide life and death, then we will sacrifice our lives to accompany you today." Feng Yuro let out a clear whistle and unsheathed her sword. The Dharma Supreme was still smiling indifferently. "Let's battle." His hands, which were behind his back, finally lowered slowly. Then, he raised them gently, his black robes fluttering. With a stretch of his hand, he made an inviting gesture. "Come and battle." It was such a gesture that suddenly, the entire night sky, the entire heaven and earth, was filled with a deathly invitation. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme had already merged his body with the heaven and earth. At this moment, he was the heaven and earth. When he attacked, the heavens moved. When he retreated, the earth fled. No matter who it was, if they attacked him at this moment, it would be as if they were battling the heaven and earth at the same time. How could a person win against the heavens? Although the Dharma Supreme spoke indifferently, his heart was already filled with murderous intent. He wanted to unleash his greatest power in the shortest time possible to defeat or kill the Feng and Yu couple. If he could do it, then his prestige in the heavens would be even greater. He would completely suppress Ning Tianya's 7th Division and Bu Luqing. Moreover, the invincible state of mind belonging to the strong would be even stronger. If he won this battle, he would even have the confidence to fight against Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing at the same time. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. It was heart-tempering. The bigger your heart, the stronger your cultivation. A person who often wins and a person who often loses have a different mindset. The Dharma Supreme often won, but what he needed more was a victory against two pinnacle experts at the same time. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro straightened their bodies at the same time and said indifferently, "Please." The husband and wife's eyes were sharp and firm, and an abundant aura soared into the sky. With the determination to go forward without turning back, it collided with the Dharma Supreme's aura that had merged with the heavens and earth. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. In the cold winter night, with a boom, the wind and clouds scattered in all directions, revealing the entire deep night sky. Stars twinkled. With such momentum, even Yi Di and the others couldn't help but take a big step back. The three auras intertwined together. If these three people wanted to fight, as long as they made a move, in this world, there was probably no one who could separate the three of them. No one would have thought that the Moon Breeze couple would have reached the point where the Dharma Supreme had no choice but to fight so early. Everyone in the Zhuge clan had complicated expressions. They hoped that the Dharma Supreme would make a move and destroy the Moon Breeze couple, but also hoped that they wouldn't fight. No matter who won or lost this battle, even if the Moon Breeze couple died, or if the three of them perished together. But the Zhuge clan's base was destined to be gone. The crowd watched with bated breaths. Watching this battle of the pinnacle that was about to begin, it looked like these three pinnacle experts were going to fight together. Suddenly, swoosh, a sharp sword aura cut across the sky. This sword aura was bright and dazzling, and actually lit up the whole world in an instant. Even if the scorching sun suddenly appeared in the sky, it wouldn't be as bright as this. The source of this sword aura was actually 10,000 feet away. Just like that, it came over in such a majestic manner as if it had split the whole night sky into two halves. A voice said indifferently, Dharma Supreme, if you make a move today, I also want to try your divine embodiment of heaven and earth. He laughed hoarsely and said indifferently, I don't know if the divine embodiment of heaven and earth is better, or if my merciful sword is unique. Bu Luqing. Everyone was shocked. This supreme martial artist actually chose to make a move at such a time. Moreover, his stance was obviously on the side of supreme martial artist Feng and Moon. The Dharma Supreme's gaze froze. He said indifferently, Brother Bu, why do you have to do this? The aura and state of mind that he had accumulated to the peak were completely shattered by Bu Luqing's words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is it because he didn't come out to help me that I can't do this? No need to do this. From afar, Bu Luqing's voice said indifferently, even you can't hold it in and want to make a move. My composure is weaker than yours. The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. Brother Bu, if I don't make a move, everyone here will be killed by the Moon Breeze couple. As he spoke, his aura was slowly dissipating. He knew that with Bu Luqing here, and with such an attitude, he was destined to not be able to fight this battle. The Dharma Supreme might not care about Bu Luqing now. However, the problem was that Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya were one and the same. Offending Bu Luqing was equivalent to offending Ning Tianya at the same time. The Dharma Supreme dared to face Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro at the same time with absolute confidence. However, he definitely didn't have the confidence to face both Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya at the same time. Therefore, Bu Luqing's appearance this time was really impeccable. Although he had helped the Moonbreeze couple, at the same time, he had also greatly reduced the Dharma Supreme's confidence, because the Dharma Supreme didn't dare to make a move now. Once a person's heart had the word, don't dare, there would also be fear. With fear, confidence would also plummet. Moreover, what the Dharma Supreme cultivated was the heart. On one hand, Bu Luqing had some friendship with the Moonbreeze couple. On the other hand, it was also because he felt the Dharma Supreme's rising battle interest and excitement that he suddenly came out to stop him. He knew that if the Dharma Supreme passed this hurdle, he would probably be completely above him. Therefore, Bu Luqing didn't hesitate to make a move. Although he didn't really start the battle, he had already dealt a heavy blow to the Dharma Supreme. This blow was aimed at the Dharma Supreme's heart. It was a vital spot. Bu Luqing smiled coldly. Whether the people here live or die, whether they are killed by the Moon Breeze couple or not, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that once you make a move, you will be the first Dharma Supreme to be killed and fall in the heavens in 100,000 years. It was a further blow to his confidence. This time, Bu Luqing used life and death. A battle between two peak experts, the meaning behind the words and the impact on one's mental state was far greater than that of a sword and a saber. Yi Di, Xiao Se, and the rest were all smart people. They naturally knew that the conversation between the two had, in fact, already started the battle between the peak experts. They couldn't help but perk up their ears, accurately capturing the special meaning behind every sentence from both parties. Comparing it with their own cultivation and mental state, everyone actually had a feeling of sudden realization. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, Brother Bu, you are too confident. I'm afraid that instead of killing, Brother Bu will be killed. Brother Bu should know that if Brother Bu wants to have a one-on-one battle with me, it's not that I can't do it. Step by step, the Dharma Supreme was forced into a corner by Bu Luqing and finally started to counterattack. And this counterattack was to separate Bu Luqing and the Moon Breeze couple for a one-on-one battle. If he were to attack the Moon Breeze couple, Bu Luqing would definitely join in the battle. But if he were to directly challenge Bu Luqing, with Bu Luqing's status and pride, he would rather die than let the Moon Breeze couple help. And if the Moon Breeze couple were to interfere, Bu Luqing would instead be furious. Therefore, the Moon Breeze couple didn't dare to interfere rashly. The Dharma Supreme's counterattack blocked the Moon Breeze couple's way of participating in the battle with just one sentence. Although it didn't go with his original intention, he could easily achieve his goal. A figure flashed and Bu Luqing, dressed in green and white, instantly traversed a distance of 10,000 feet and suddenly appeared in midair. In his hand, a long sword shone with green light. He just stood in midair, sword in hand, body like a sword, gaze like a sword. He sneered at the crowd below and recited slowly, "Walking the world, I see a lonely shadow. Looking at the world, I walk alone. The world is but a path of life and death. The merciful sword shows no mercy." Buluching said coldly, "Dharma Supreme, come and fight with me." Facing the Dharma Supreme's counterattack, Buluching directly challenged him. This was an even more domineering answer, even a form of oppression. "You say you can kill me, then fight with me. Let's see if I kill you or you kill me." Although the Dharma Supreme had a mental barrier because of Buluching and had no choice but to break through, how could Buluching not want to break through his own mental demons? Ever since he knew that the Dharma Supreme had innate spirit meridians, Buluching felt uncomfortable. So tonight, he must defeat him. He had to overcome his inner demons. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, "Why can't I fight with you?" However, the Moon Breeze couple is not allowed to kill anyone tonight. His words were vague but expressed very clearly. If the Moon Breeze couple were to fight, I would have to worry about the consequences. Even if it was a decisive battle, it would not be a decisive battle in the truest sense. "You are already going overboard by stopping me from avenging my disciple. Now that the two of you are having a decisive battle, you still want to restrict my actions? Dharma Supreme, don't you think you are meddling too much?" Yu Lingxue was furious and was about to explode. Suddenly, a soft voice entered his ears. "Your disciple is fine. However, the Lan clan cannot be let off easily." Yu Lingxue's body shook and a look of joy appeared on his face. It was the voice of that mysterious woman. Yu Lingxue's expression changed, and he said indifferently, "Not fighting, fine. However, the main culprit tonight, the Lan clan, must give me an explanation. Otherwise, even if the Dharma Supreme and Brother Bu stop us at the same time, even if the two of us cannot kill everyone here, we are confident that we can kill more than half of them and leave calmly." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.